Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti alla riunione di preparazione dell'EuroDIG 2022 che, come tutti speriamo, sarebbe in Italia, a Trieste. Se tutto va bene questa volta. Can you all hear and understand me?
Yes.
Okay, so
We can hear you. I don't understand you.
So you should learn Italian because it's useful if you're interested, not for the meeting itself, but of course to get in contact with the people. Yes, welcome everybody. Of course, that's what I said. I guess you understood this. Unfortunately, once more, we are not able to meet physically. I was hoping until Omicron came that we would be able to make it to Trieste for the preparatory meeting. But I'm quite positive that we'll make it for the event itself, because as the situation looks, the numbers have been rising sharply, but now they, at least in our country, they start falling and everybody's loosening and opening up. So I hope that this time we will be safe to meet physically or hybridly, at least in Trieste in June. So we have the the usual preparatory and planning meeting today, whose main task it is, of course, to prepare the meeting, to prepare the program, and of course there are some new proposals that you will hear about how to organize the process, how to organize the program itself. So again, we try to keep EuroDIG moving in the sense that we try to improve and adapt to the situations. And we hope that we'll have a good discussion today. We may not take the full time as planned. If we advance quicker, I think we're all also tired with the Zoom meetings, but I think it should be possible to have a good preparatory meeting that would allow us then to go ahead. So happy to at least this way see you all, or see your avatars all in this meeting. With this, let me hand over to Sandra to start the meeting.
Thank you, Thomas, and hello everyone from my side. I have to apologize. I would love to say I have the flu, but it's not the flu. It's actually virus that keeps us.
You are not really loud, Sandra. Maybe you can get a little closer to the microphone. If you...
Is it any better?
Yeah, it's a little better.
Yeah, it's actually the virus that caught me, and so I might stop speaking, or I might not stop speaking, but I would appreciate if there is a lively discussion and I have not to say too much. I will start sharing my screen now. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, we can
Yes, it
see.
is.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
I think we have at least a very, very nice motto today this year, set the sales right. And when Roberto Gaetano, who is based in Trieste and part of the team who made it all possible, suggested this picture with this tower in the front and sailing boats from this famous race in the background. I got immediately the idea that's a very symbolic picture, and that might be the right after this time of staying at home and being in the pandemic, but also in respect to that we are still on the beginning of a new decade in Europe. You might know that we are at the moment looking back into our past decade and publishing our findings in a series of publications. 2 have been released last year. A 3rd one will come very soon. So we believe set the sales right is a nice motto in many respects with terms of overcoming the pandemic, but also setting the right sales to enter the new decade of internet governance in Europe. For those who are not so familiar with EuroDIG, but I keep this short as the presentation will be provided on the website later on. EuroDIG was founded in 2008 by several organizations, governments, representatives, and experts. But basically, it was a number of individuals of internet governance enthusiasts that had the idea we need something to discuss internet governance in Europe. And what started as a very lightweight initiative has been developed to a respectable forum meanwhile. EuroDIG is structured in a way that there is a secretariat that combines the 2 elements. One element is the association that was founded in 2012, which consists of a board, a general assembly, members, and here we have full members and associate members. But the more important part is actually the right part, which is the community, which are our institutional partners, which is our host organization, because they are the ones, or this right wing of this little butterfly basically makes what EuroDIG is. This right butterfly wing is responsible for the program development, for the content and the format, and for the community engagement, while the left part of the butterfly is basically only responsible for the administrative oversight and that everything is in a good governance shape and for long-term plannings. The Secretariat at the moment consisting on up to 4 people working part-time is combining the both and making it a comprehensive structure. These are our institutional partners. They have grown over the years, and we are very proud and foremost thankful that they keep supporting us on a very solid level. Without those institutional partners, EuroDIG would not exist, and we would not be able to move forward. Our host, and this is really funny, it feels like being in a time loop. Our host for the 3rd year is ICTP, and I must say, with Marco and his team, Armando and all the others at ICTP, it's such a pleasure to work with, and we are so thankful that you stayed on board and committed to EuroDIG throughout the pandemic. And I promise we will not finalize or finish our cooperation until we made it to Trieste. So, Marco, I don't know how you feel. If you see the end is near, and if you would like to come to Trieste to finish all this, or if you would be ready to go for another 4th year. But I hope this will not be necessary. Marco, I would like to invite you to say a few words on the situation in Trieste and what is planned for this year.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. So it's sunny here in Trieste. I just sent a link of our webcam, and we definitely look forward to having you all here in Trieste, either at the CTP or at the convention center. But I'm really sure, as Thomas said in the opening, that this year will be the year when we finally meet all together and enjoy kind of this renewed freedom, hopefully.
And Marco, would you already give an update on the room situation, because you have some breaking news to share?
Okay, we have been discussing in the last couple of months about having this edition at the CTP, where we do have an auditorium, and that is fine. We could use that. The other option is to use what is called the Trieste Convention Center, which is a new venue that has opened last year, and it's in the city center, so that would be an advantage. So our campus is about 5 kilometers from the city center, which makes it good for theoretical physics, of course, but maybe not optimal if you want to socialize and have dinner together and meet colleagues in the city. So the convention center has that advantage. And the other big advantage is that the big GEAN meeting is going to happen in that same venue. And so we will have 2 weeks of events in the convention center, which means that we can optimize in terms of internet connectivity. We're going to have a very high speed connectivity, of course, given by GEAN, so we can make use of that. And it's a very nice venue. It's just in front of the sea in the city center. So we're now more in the direction of having EuroDIG in Trieste at the convention center. So we'll keep you posted, of course, about the details and what is going to be the final decision. But we have these 2 options on the table right now.
Thank you very much, Marco. I think this is a very nice outlook. Having option is always a good idea, and I can confirm, having visited Trieste and also ICTP already, both venues would be a perfect setting for a EuroDIG. And when Marco said it's a little bit far away from the city center, yes, that's true, but it's so nice in this area. And there are also some restaurants where people can socialize, and you have this nice castle. So being away from the city center is in this respect not a disadvantage. But on the other hand, the new convention center right next to the harbor is also a very promising opportunity, in particular since we could cooperate with another organization, GEAN, as it was mentioned, that had already cooperated with us for the past years at EuroDIG as well. So that's definitely 2 very good options. Okay, the milestones for this year's EuroDIG. We had a call for issues from the 1st of November till December. That was business as usual. For those who are not familiar with EuroDIG, I would like to emphasize that this was not a call for workshop or session proposals, but just a call for issues. At EuroDIG, we always going a slightly different approach than the global IGF, that we are not asking for concrete session proposals where we have to reject and accept proposals at the end, but we call for issues, and our aim is to form and bring together org teams that collaboratively work on the same issue and are going into the same direction. So that's why the call for issues, and we take an extra round in defining which people could be merged. Anyway, org teams are open and everyone can participate in the org team that he or she would like to be. And then in January, our subject matter experts looked into all the proposals, also business as usual. Today we have the planning meeting, and hopefully by the end of February, we will have a consolidated program structure. So to say what is going to discuss today will be out for comments for the next 2 or 3 weeks. And then in March, we will start with a call for session org teams for the workshops. As I said, they are open, everyone can join every team. We have, again, our wiki set up in a way that is the collaborative space for all the org teams and where all informations and the program will be built. And then in April, we open the registration. And other than last year, where COVID numbers in April were still high, that we were so doubtful if we can organize a face-to-face or a hybrid meeting in June, we learned from 2 years of pandemic that in June, the numbers are to expected being low. So we will open a registration in April, regardless what the numbers say, in the attempt to organize a hybrid meeting and not a fully virtual meeting. And then the call for EuroDIG, which is the youth program taking place just before EuroDIG, also in Trieste as an in-person meeting, is still going on. There are 2 more days for young people between the age of 18 to 30 to apply. And EuroDIG is organized by a group of young people that had been EuroDIG participants in the past years and coordinated by Nadja. I'm not sure if Nadja is here. Nadja, if you're there, could you raise your hand because I only see half of my screen.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, Nadja, would you like to say a few words on EuroDIG, on the preparation?
Well, this year we have a EuroDIG org team that was created, which is composed of participants from 2020 and 2021, and building on the different subject groups, but also listening today to what is going to happen in the planning meeting. We'll be designing a program that is relevant to young people, but also focusing on what young people themselves are facing in their communities. So we are looking in the youth messages to bring topics to the table at EuroDIG regarding topics and thoughts and concerns that are happening in their communities from all out of Europe. And we hope to be able to bring them all together in Trieste. And so far we're having a lot of people and applying, but we still encourage people to come and apply so that we have a large selection of people, but also this year we'll be focusing on even those people who are not able to come, to encourage them to still come to EuroDIG and find other opportunities, especially because now it being hybrid, they'll be able to join virtually and therefore also contribute to the discussion. So if you are able to reach out to the young people in your community, please do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadja. And as I said, there are still 2 more days to go. The application period ends on the 10th of January. So whoever applies in this period is still very much welcome to be considered for this program. And as you might have seen, I just corrected the dates for EuroDIG. It is, there were still the old dates in this slide. EuroDIG itself will take place from the 20th to the 22nd of June, while the 20th is a day 0 as we know it, and the 21st and the 22nd is the EuroDIG as such. Okay, and then I would quickly like to visit the breakdown of registration, sorry, not registration, of proposals that we received. You will all find this all on our website. We had, as usual, our 8 categories. And you could already see here that a lot of submitters are unsure in which category they should fit the proposal. So there is quite a large number of proposals under the category other, and I will come later to that point, while this may have an impact on the on our program building process. We have quite a balanced stakeholder participation, while civil society and academia are the majority, but also technical community, which is great. And I see this as a sign that this is also in particular coming from Italy, which is our host is representing the scientific community, but also private sector, international organizations, and governments have submitted issues that should be discussed. You see most of the proposals are coming from Europe, from the Western European part, but also from the Eastern European part. Around 10 proposals are coming from Italy. Let me check if this is in percent or if this is in numbers. I know, maybe you know better. I think it's in numbers, right? And also 9 proposals came from non-European countries. And then the balance between male individual organizations, female, is also quite balanced. Half of the proposals around came from organizations and the others from individuals. Okay, now how to get back here. Okay, overall we received 79 proposals, which is a little bit less than last year, where we had 99 proposals. And as usual, our subject matter experts had visited all those proposals, looked at those, and tried to find overlapping subtopics. And with this, I would like to hand over to the subject matter expert for access and literacy, which is Olivier Crepin-Leblanc. Olivier, would you quickly walk us through your research and findings on this category, access and literacy?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sandra. Olivier Crepin-Leblanc speaking, and I hope you can hear me. I will take you quickly through the spreadsheet that we've got. Effectively, this year we had less submissions than we had in previous years. So it was a rather fast exercise, or faster exercise than in prior years, to be able to classify the input that we received. The different ones that we have here revolved around effectively 3 different axes, I guess. One is misinformation and how to counter it, where the first, the second, and the 5th submission that are listed in the overall table of submissions came. So misinformation and how to counter it included. Let me have a quick look at so 1, 2, and 5. So number 1 was. I have to look at here. So the first one is just about misinformation. The second, number 2, is about. I have number 2 here. I have to. My screen is a little bit small. Sorry. The second one is regarding librarians, or the key point to literacy and access. Competencies are very crucial for this respect. And number 5 was to do with digital well-being, has been highlighted as an important consideration for Europe's digital transformation, and that includes the digital literacy on experience and well-being initiatives during the pandemic. As you know, there's been a lot of fake news regarding the COVID stuff that we've seen recently. So that was misinformation, how to counter it. Then the second cluster was internet access and literacy, something we've seen in the past. I find it to be a little bit of a repeat from last year, so I had a few concerns on that. And then 3 separate topics. One was about multilingualism, and I think that this might actually be able to see with perhaps other other issues, because multilingualism is something that is cross-cutting. And it involves universal acceptance of non-Latin character non-Latin character domains, but it also involves the cultural use of the internet and of the network and resources and so on. So that was one interesting one. There was one about something we haven't talked about before: dating algorithms. I know we've spoken about algorithmic diversity and algorithms for search engines and for equipment that effectively directs your surfing or your internet experience, both on social media, discussions, etc. But dating algorithms was one that has been suggested here. Interesting angle, perhaps not a large topic by itself, but it might be good as a little side issue, some kind of a quick talk. And then the third separate was the promotion of programming. At the moment, and I'm seeing this through my actual other jobs, there is an absolute shortage of programmers out there. And you can see this European-wide, where those countries that have a lower standard of living that might have been seen in the past as being a place where the salaries are not as high as they used to be, or there's not as high as elsewhere in Europe, mainly in Eastern Europe. You now find that programmers are in such high demand that those people that have studied programming in those parts of the world are now leaving or even working remotely for companies in the United States and in Western Europe at salaries which are nearer that kind of level. And that, of course, makes it very difficult for countries in that part of the world to retain talent. Talent seems to be moving away, and it's an important issue. And that's something I don't think we've spoken about or discussed in Europe. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivier. And without further ado, let's go to the next category, which is the development of the internet governance ecosystem. And that is usually reviewed by Zorina Teleanu. Zorina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sandra. Hello, everyone, and I hope you hear me well. I'll go quickly through the proposals we received under the development of IG ecosystem category. It wasn't really that much different from other years. We had 9 proposals in total, and to this we added a few other proposals from other categories. In terms of clustering, we brought together a few proposals under a broad term we call the open internet and the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, issues related to the state of play, challenges, and way forward. And here the proposals were related, one of them about maintaining the open, global, and interoperable internet and promoting the multi-stakeholder model, with some references to a potential role of regional and sub-regional IGFs, and also references to the role of standardization processes in promoting the open internet. Another proposal about safeguarding the inclusive and multi-stakeholder ecosystem of internet governance. One about challenges of multi-stakeholderism and how we perform in this regard, especially considering that, quoting the proposal, everyone talks about multi-stakeholderism, but even top-down legislation is called multi-stakeholder. So what does it mean? And there we added a few proposals from other categories. One, again, about gaps in multi-stakeholder processes, and 2 of them about looking at the potential impact of policies on the internet and measuring some aspects of the internet. Then we had the, I would say, classical proposals about the future of the IGF, which tend to come up every now and then in proposals at EuroDIG. One of them about preparations for the UN General Assembly discussions in 2025, when there should be a decision about whether and how the IGF should be continuing. And another one about the future of the IGF, for instance, whether the forum should remain a space for discussions or become more of a decision-making body. Then, building on what Olivier was saying earlier, we brought together a few proposals related to multilingualism and local content, not exactly a topic for the development of the IG ecosystem, but again, the categories probably don't matter that much. Here we have something about promoting IDNs and universal acceptance, then some proposals about indigenous languages and how they interact with the internet and how they are promoted on the internet, and then online multilingualism and local content availability. And then we had 3, we call them standalone proposals, one about the involvement of China and Chinese stakeholders in the overall IG ecosystem. Another proposal about the idea of creating an internet of public service as a way to preserve the open nature of the internet. And the final proposal in this category, a discussion around GEANT that Sandra already mentioned earlier, and broader discussion on infrastructures and the sustainable development goals. And that's from this category. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you very much, also Sabrina. Then I suggest we go through all the proposals at once and open the floor for questions on these proposals immediately thereafter. The next category is human rights and data protection that is reviewed by Jörn Abgut. Jörn, please take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Here we got a couple of proposals that show a huge overlap with other categories. So I found it quite difficult to say this is one separate category, but it affects many topics. And when reviewing the proposals, I saw proposals going into the direction of self-sovereignty and self-determination. So this is a classical data protection and aspect that goes into digital identity, and we know the EU is working on a new draft for EIDAS with a European identity. So this can be connected there. Then we have issues regarding regarding AI and risk assessments. We see a rapid development of AI. This is, of course, leading to a lot of discussions. We have a draft of the EU for an AI act. Well, the EU is now making acts. And this could be discussed in context of 4 proposals that are coming in regards to AI. Also, we have a lot of EU regulation coming up. So we have the Digital Service Act and Digital Media Act. So we could discuss social media topics in this context. So what collateral damage will come into effect with the new regulatory regime? This is one aspect. How effective they will be. These are the other aspects of DSA and DMA. So the consequences of regulation of digital media and social media is basically I think a very important issue. Be it in a positive manner or a negative manner. I think we are not sure what the effects will be. So I think this could be a very interesting discussion. Never-ending topic is the scanning of private messages for security or for detecting illegal contact, for detecting malicious contact, for recognizing illegal content or for recognizing malicious content for security purposes. We had another round of proposals that this scanning should be mandatory or allowed by service providers from the EU. We had a proposal from Apple that they wanted to include some on-device scanning, and there is again a proposal to outlaw encryption, or maybe not to outlaw encryption, but to outlaw the offering of encryption to services. So this is quite an old topic, but it hasn't ended. So it's going on. So we should see whether we should put it again on the agenda because there is a lot happening, or whether we should say, well, we discussed it before, although there might be a lot happening. There are no new arguments. I don't know, but I think this is still something which is a current issue. So I hope I got everything in this context. Yeah, we got also the topic of national sovereignty and a global net versus local nets. We've heard about the question how well are local communities presented in the net. But of course, this is also a question how well are local standards complied with by the internet. And this, of course, is also an old debate. How far do we have a global net? How far should we have local nets which adhere better to local languages, to local standards, to local laws than a global system? But of course, they are not global, but they are kind of disconnected. So this is also no new topic, but of course a topic which receive new impulses because as we heard, local communities want to be better presented, and also governments are increasing the pressure to comply with local laws when it comes to a global exchange of information. So this is what I saw in the proposals, and I think we should really talk about those cross-cutting issues, because human rights and data protection is something which is, or privacy is something which is, is connected with many topics, and there are little topics that are only human rights and only data protection related. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. And I should explain that these numbers in red are the ones are proposals that came in after the call for issue had finished, and the Secretariat just added them to predefined subcategories. And but it is still a question if we clustered them in the right way. That's why they are in red, to see that they came in later, and that we leave it up to the SME to decide whether they're rightly placed.
And of course, there's well, I didn't mention the farming proposal. We received some proposals there which have some human rights impact when it comes to right to repair and the right to of course right to farming, when those instruments are used to monopolize farming equipment and to have a governance on farmings in other parts of the world, when as it's said, the impact on food security. But I don't think the main aspect here is human rights. They have a lot of other aspects there too.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. The next category in the row is the innovation and economic issues. And here we have Ross Kreelman from Ethno looking at the details. Ross, would you like to take the floor?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Sandra. I just want to give an overview of what we received in terms of the proposals. We actually received a very broad, a very diverse bunch of ideas and proposals this year. So it was actually quite difficult to reduce this into clear red threads. But to look through them, some of the big issues that were raised were, for example, competition, both in maybe in a broader sense, but also looking specifically at European initiatives such as the Digital Markets Act. A number of proposals we've gathered here as internet innovation. They've looked at issues such as the development and use of online tools, specifically in the context of the pandemic, with an angle of working from home and so on. Also, some of these topics in internet innovation have looked at NFTs and the metaverse in the context of maybe a vertical industry, for example, fashion, which was rather specific. But if we were to look at some of these innovation issues, that's one angle that was raised. Again, we see 5G and internet access is a theme, which has actually been a topic in EuroDIG for a number of years now. Sustainability is one that's come up, and this was also raised in sort of different vertical applications. Sustainability not only of internet technologies, but also the role of the internet in enabling sustainability. And slightly newish one, and it's a very much a hot topic this year, supply chains, but with a specific focus on microchips, which comes in a very timely manner, since the European Commission is doing considerable work on microchips and supply chains. And finally, there was one proposal on media and content in the context of health rights. But I think the big topics here: competition, very much so, internet innovation and sustainability, and then what exactly would be done with the specific issues of supply chains, 5G, is yet to be decided. So very diverse bunch of ideas, but all very interesting topics.
Thank you very much, Ross. The next category is media and content, and that is has been reviewed by Yrjö Länsipuro.
Yeah, this is Yrjö Länsipuro. Hello. There were few proposals this time categorized as media and content, and most of them, as you can see here, relate somehow to this to the question of social media platforms regulation. Pretty much the same sort of conundrum of issues that we have been dealing with for a couple of years now. And then there was one suggestion, one proposal on local media initiatives. Now I see that some of the related proposals were also classified under access and the human rights and data protection. In a way, this shows that the concept of categories we have now, as Sandra pointed out in her invitation to this matter, perhaps this situation has changed over this long decade, and the categories as such are not so important anymore. But anyway, concerning the proposals to this section, I think that even though we have been dealing with the problem of platforms and social media and how to regulate them for some time, now of course the new elements are DMA and DSA. And what will be their impact? What will they look like in their final form, and how will they affect this area, including, of course, the threats from Mr. Zuckerberg to withdraw from Europe if we try to regulate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's indeed a hot topic, and media and content always made it to the top of our list because almost every year there was a hot topic on this issue in the past. Let's go further. The category security and crime is reviewed by Tatjana Tropina.
Hello, everyone. Sandra, I hope you will get better soon. Just really admire you chairing this meeting. So security and crime. I was actually quite lucky this time. I've got 12 proposals. And the first cluster I identified, there were a few seemingly disconnected topics which fit like more broader trend in the recent years, which I would call a human-centric approach to cybersecurity. So there were proposals more directly, relating to, let's say, gender-based violence and harms and harms connected to vulnerable groups, like, for example, physical disability. And I believe that this is something new to EuroDIG, might be a bit of a narrow area, but here I also lump them in under the umbrella of human-centric approach to cybersecurity, with such topics as broader user awareness, for example, right to control the data. I know that these, again, I said it already, they're seemingly disconnected, but I do believe that they fit a broader trend of this harms-based human-centric approach to cybersecurity, not as the opposite to technocentric approach or regulatory-centric approach, but also taking the user, the human, into account. So this is the first set of issues I could identify. The second one, and I believe that here there is something new, and indeed there are a lot of new developments in the field of cybercrime, where it is important to understand where Europe stands, what Europe can propose and defend in terms of values and also human rights and approaches to criminal law and cybercrime legislation. I don't know how many of you know that there are currently the UN negotiation on the Cybercrime Convention, and there is also the second additional protocol of the Council of Europe Cybercrime Convention, which was adopted recently. So the UN process is very controversial. If you don't follow it, I'm just telling you. And here there might be something where we see new development this year, and which can potentially affect also the openness of the internet, the protection of fundamental rights on the internet. So I would suggest at least the topic of cybercrime to make its way to EuroDIG somehow, because if we don't discuss it, we're missing a huge opportunity of following and suggesting something on the recent developments. The third topic I identified is technical standards and cybersecurity. And I believe that this is where we might either repeat ourselves a bit or overlap with, I know that Polina is probably next after me, but so strictly speaking, some of the proposals are not really repetitions, and I know that some of you will tell me, yeah, but there are developments, for example, about DNS over HTTPS, but we have discussed it consequently for 2 meetings, so I'm not sure how this will fit. There is also the subtopic like current standards of internet technology, in Polina's cluster, like bridging the gap between theory and practice. And I think some of the proposals which are in this category might safely fit, this general trend of technology and standards cluster and proposals. So couple of proposals which I couldn't fit anywhere, not because they were bad or out or anyhow, but one of the proposals is cybersecurity as societal security, but I saw it more as a concept than a proposal. And this concept we somehow, I think, not really covered already, but we discussed cybersecurity in this context, especially during the first virtual EuroDIG. But this is perhaps something that we might keep in mind when we talk about cybersecurity. The societal security aspect also fits the human-centric approach to cybersecurity, even if it's broad. And then the proposal on encryption. And I don't want to say that encryption is the topic that we shouldn't cover. There are indeed developments. I just want to point out here that we had a roundtable encryption, which I moderated last year. So I do believe that encryption will be somewhere in EuroDIG. It's just whether it will be a separate session or whether it will be merged fit into some topics, I don't know. But there was a proposal on encryption. We do have them every year, sometimes under human rights, sometimes under under cybersecurity, but I do believe that it is a cross-cutting issue. Last year, it was Jon, Paulina, and I who dealt with organizing a session on encryption, and I believe that not discarding this topic from cybersecurity, but then again, it has to fit somewhere, and there has to be discussion within the new developments and within the new trends in Europe and in the world. And I guess this is all from me. Happy to answer any questions later.
Thank you also, Tanya. Next is, and already last category, is technical and operational issues. And there was also one subtopic remaining other. All the other proposals have been distributed to the categories, and those two have been clustered by Paulina. Paulina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Sandra, and good morning, everyone, from my side as well. So I will try to be brief and give you a very short overview of the proposals that were submitted in the technical operational track. So similarly to other SMEs, I also felt that actually it's more and more difficult to cluster under proposals under any particular track, as a lot of issues are really cross-cutting, and I think this is really not a bug, but rather a feature of our existing environment and the way the discussions are going on these different topics. So from my side, from the cluster that I oversaw, and together with some of those that were proposed in the other category, the first one, the interesting one, is the counterbalance between digital sovereignty and calls, especially on digital sovereignty in Europe, as it's one of the flagships of the current Commission, and it's really been echoed throughout a lot of policy and regulatory discussions in the EU, but at the same time also how to counterbalance these calls for autonomous European internet that is functioning according to the European values, and the existing global network that we are all here thanks to its existence and the multi-stakeholder model. So this is also something definitely also relevant for Serena's track and the whole debate on the multi-stakeholder model. So in the technical track, it was also proposed as one of the potential topics, and I thought it's definitely interesting looking more into internet infrastructure and on that layer rather than application layer. Then second cluster, we received actually a number of, or actually two and a half proposals on delay tolerant networks. And actually, this topic is quite interesting, as I understand. It didn't fit the EuroDIG last year, but there was some calls to include it this year. And again, this is really also probably a cross community topic, also probably with the access track, as it's about the new ways of computing and ensuring access to networks in challenging areas, both on Earth but also in space. So I think it's an interesting technical topic that we could address, and again could be observed as a cross-community track as well. And finally, another two proposals or two clusters that I've observed. First of all, of course, our ever lasting discussion on the internet technology and standards. And Tanya already from our cybercrime track alluded to this, to some of the proposals that were also submitted in cybercrime track. So yeah, basically in this particular, for my observations, there was an interesting proposal to sort of have a follow-up session on the current state of play of some of the internet infrastructure and other standards that are already there and been there for some time, but their uptake is not perhaps being so widespread. Like, for example, I could cite the NSEC in this regard. And we had quite an interesting discussion and a session on that 2 years ago. And the proposal that we received this year was to look into what has changed in the past 2 years and to see if the discussion can move forward, or there needs to be a need to bring new stakeholders to the roundtable discussions. So it might be an interesting way to continue the topic, but from a different angle, so to make sure that we don't repeat the session 2 years ago. And finally, there was also a proposal in the other category that was not proposed in the tech track, but I thought that if there's no better place for it, that we could include it in the tech track, and it's the discussion on the Gaia-X, so the federated cloud infrastructure in Europe. It goes also quite nicely with the actually the topic of digital sovereignty and all of these proposals that are designed to make Europe autonomous in terms of its digital development. So it could actually fit into the under more overarching digital sovereignty topic, but it could also be a standalone session on specifically just focusing on the Gaia-X. And finally, AI. There was yes a few or I think 1 or 2 submissions in the tech track on AI and technical frameworks. But again, I think it could also be very likely a topic for human rights track and overseen by Jörn. And there we could also make sure that it's somehow cross community. So yeah, that's it from my side, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Paulina, and thank you very much to all the other SMEs who went through these numerous proposals and put them in a way that we can handle it. To sum up a little bit, and it has been mentioned in the chat already, and this was also a conclusion that the Secretariat had, as well as the subject matter experts. We realized that there are quite some similar proposals, and we would risk that we have a similar program as last year or the years, the recent years, the years before. We also realize that more and more proposals don't really fit into a strict category, and we fear that the system of categories, while it's still helpful to somehow handle everything that comes in, has its limits. And it was basically already evident last year that with the categories we shouldn't handle them too strict. We realized that many questions desire the perspective from many angles, and this is basically what a multi-stakeholder discussion is about, that you visit and approach a topic from different perspectives. Also, when I made that slide, I wasn't aware of the news that we might even really go to a bigger conference center, but the room capacity at ICTP might limit us as well a little bit. We might end up with one big auditorium for 500 people and one workshop room for about 100 people. That would leave us with 2 parallel tracks, and that would bring us to some less workshops than last year. I would not call this a disadvantage per se, because since we want to take the next level on hybrid meetings and we want to provide everyone a really good meeting experience, we have to be very mindful with our limited resources. So to say, rather do 2 tracks in parallel really well instead of doing 3 or 4 not so well, with leaving participants disappointed behind. So that is the situation, and I would like to open the floor now for questions for clarification to our subject matter experts, questions to the host, questions on the format, before we would like to continue in the discussion on how we could build a program for next year. I stop the presentation now and leave the floor to you. I see there's already a good discussion going on in the chat, and please feel free to bring up what had been discussed in the chat also here in on the audio, because otherwise it will not be on the record. So if you want to have it on the record, what is in the chat, then raise your hand and speak out loud. Okay, Aleva has raised the hand. Aleva, please go ahead.
Hi. So thank you for going through all the issues. As I've just written in the chat, I didn't have time to enter the issues in December, but I did email these in January. It was towards the end of January, so I suppose maybe you didn't have the opportunity to look into them. And I believe they can fit in a number of the issues that already exist in your list. For instance, in everything that's cybersecurity or security and crime, there would be the possibility to look into a possible regulation of quantum computing. I haven't heard this issue come up. I mean, the topic of quantum come up anywhere, which is surprising. I would like to challenge the theory that it's not possible to regulate quantum activity. And the issue of rebound, for instance, in the use of energy, can be linked to number 73 from what I can see. And then there's a proposition to look at the human body as part of the environment when we consider, damaged environment, and an issue of sustainability of insurance. We are reaching some limits in various aspects of insurance, and that relates also to AI, not only to rising risks or environmental risks. So we could integrate that in there. I would have a lot to say about that. Maybe you can look at the chat, and also about the about the scarcity of programmers. I've also entered a link to a LinkedIn post by someone I know who mentioned that because she's studying at the same time and she can only work part-time because of that, she's an excellent, technician. But the headhunters say, "Oh, sorry, we just need 80% or 100% people. So if you can only work 60%, we can't hire you." Whereas, I mean, that's available programming power, and we're not using it. So I just thought I'd let you know about that. So yeah, if you could have a look at the issues I've listed also in the chat and in the email I've sent in January, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that would like to speak up? Chris?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, good morning. Nice to see everyone. And thanks for the SMEs for presenting all of this. I think there's a lot of good stuff there. I do think we probably had I know we had some things come in a bit late in terms of some more specific proposals, which I saw floating around. And I think they're probably important to think a bit about, because I know some of what we were talking about was linking, particularly in the sort of more technical space, to some specific issues. And I think that's always a little difficult, particularly with the pace at which regulation and legislative processes are moving at the moment. But I think there's definitely, and it's a scope, and I think it's important for us to link to some of the really practical issues that people are seeing now. So that's thinking about things like the NIS2 implementation. I think there's a good chance it will be passed by the time we get to June, but there'll still be discussions to have there. Talking about DNS for EU discussion, which has been getting an awful lot of interest recently, and I think really does dig into some of those questions of digital sovereignty versus sort of a global open internet. And yeah, the DSA, DMA issues there, and I think we talked a little bit about those in a few contexts. So I think making sure we link it back to some very practical, real governance and policy discussions that are ongoing right now is one of the keys here. And just, Sandra, sort of following from what you were saying about making sure things are on the record here and not just in the chat, I think we do really need to make sure that as we structure this, as we look at the different sessions we can have, and I agree, maybe some minimizing the parallel tracks is a good thing, but we should also really make sure we're looking at how can we make these compelling sessions? How can we make these compelling discussions that are actually going to draw people in and both make for interesting discussions, but also hopefully move towards some kind of solution space, something that makes this an event which is worthy of attention, worthy of participation, and then can go on into the world in some ways after that. I think that's a lesson. There's a lot of lessons that we've learned in the last 2 years about what makes for a good, compelling virtual event. I think we need to make sure we take those lessons into hybrid events, whatever those look like, because we do need to make sure that we're retaining that compelling element for people who are not on site. But I agree with Thomas. I think this is a really good moment in terms of a bit of a reset for us to not just go back to what we were doing beforehand, but to look at how we can come up with a new approach, or at least learn the lessons of the last 2 years in the way we construct this program. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I see now we have 3 hands raised. I put them in the order as I see them on my screen, which is Adam Peak, Tanya, and then Manuel Costa.
Thanks, Sandra. Yeah, I just want to say I completely agree with Chris. Of course, from an ICANN perspective, these are issues that affect us directly. So get that out of the way first to say that I have a vested interest in these topics. ICANN has a vested interest in these topics. But I also think that these are the key internet governance issues for Europe right now. They're affecting all aspects from, how the network may work in the future, how it may change as a result of regulation, and it affects issues around digital sovereignty, as Chris mentioned. It also affects all stakeholders, which is important. We may actually also have an impact by a session like this, and this is something that's been raised by many people, including partners, including the European Union itself, that we want to have an impact on internet governance in the European region. And this is the type of session where we might be able to achieve that. I'd also say that it should be a session that, we as a collective, whoever speaks on the session, they're likely to be the most expert people on these topics, and it's where Europe can inform and help others understand regulatory developments in Europe. So an impact within Europe and an impact globally as well on important issues. So I think if we're going to be current, if we're going to have an impact, then these are the topics we should be looking at as pretty central. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Tanya?
Thank you very much. And I just want to say, I very much liked how Chris put these in terms of spaces. So we have technical space, global technical space, right? We have global regulatory space, which sort of, and we have European regulatory space. And this European regulatory space somehow might potentially fragment technical spaces. We also have governance space, because this is much more than regulatory space for me. So, I do think that maybe for the overarching tracks for EuroDIGs, instead of we might think about like the space idea, technical space, regulatory space, how they are sort of interacting with each other. But a couple of things from my experience as a subject matter expert in the last 6 or 7 years, not only mine, but how I see it from the outside. I feel like the proposals and our clustering gets more and more fragmented in a way. At the same time, there are a lot of issues, there is a lot of synergy and issues speak to each other. But on the other hand, we're coming up with more and more clustering, you know. We are not able to cluster topics in 2 sessions or 3 sessions. We're having 6, 7, because, you know, they're getting more and more nitty-gritty, they're getting more and more fragmented, and we have to bring them together under overarching issue. And indeed, it is going to be regulatory space, it's going to be technical space in terms of regulatory space and sovereignty, digital sovereignty. It is going to be governance space and new governance challenges, which are actually all challenges like multi-stakeholder model and how this regulatory space is intervening with the idea of multi-stakeholder governance. I also wanted to say a couple of things about issues and outcomes and recommendations. I did have a couple of discussions in the past on controversial issues related to the policies and regulations developed by the European Union. And I can certainly tell you that if the issue is controversial, I wouldn't bet that EuroDIG will come with the recommendations. I had a discussion, for example, on the EU proposals on e-evidence, and there was no outcome at all because parties took absolutely, how to say, non-matching, you know, stand. But at least coming together and discussing it in an open manner might be already an outcome if we don't reach recommendations. So I would say we have to aim at this, but sometimes I believe for some of the issues it might fail because different stakeholders might have different views.
Thank you, Tanya. Then Manuel Costa, and then Thomas, and then Wout.
Hello, good morning to all of you. Nice to be here discussing all these issues, and thank you for all the proposals that were made, and I think very good stuff that we have there for EuroDIG this year. Well, I just wanted to make some reference to the proposal we've made, Hanacom in Portugal has made, which relates to international connectivity, internet access, let's say, and we want to highlight the importance of rolling out appropriate international connectivity. And so the European Union has been doing a lot of programs and projects in this regard. And we call in particular the attention the European data gateway platforms and the global gateways through which the European Union is keen to invest massive investments in these areas. And so we would like to discuss this. I think it's important for all the subjects that we have been talking about this morning, in particular digital sovereignty, digital autonomy of the European Union. We shouldn't forget anything does not work. Nothing works without the proper connectivity, in particular international connectivity. So this is our proposal, and I will call that for your attention. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was muted. Thomas, you are next.
Thank you. I guess we have, or I see we have a number of interesting issues and good proposals on which we are surely will be able to build a program that is substantively interesting and of a quality that we would want to have. I have been among those that have been raising in the chat, let's say, some more fundamental issues, but that may have an effect on how to construct a program and on how to concretely organize sessions. And one is, I think, and we're also following and actively involved in the global discussion on how to make the IGF more politically relevant. I will spare you the details about IGF Plus and so on. There will be a retreat coming up at the end of March on this. So maybe we have a chance to quickly touch on this at the later stage in the meeting. What is crucial for me, and we are preparing also some insights on EuroDIG and how it developed from the beginning to where it is in the brochure that will be coming up, which will focus on, it's the third publication by EuroDIG that will focus on EuroDIG's impact in the IG debate, but also let's say in the architecture part of multi-stakeholder cooperation and governance. And I think, as Chris has already mentioned and some others, that we have to keep in mind and use this going back to whatever the new normal and all these nice words are, but while shaping the program for Trieste, kind of try to think of a new start and be experimental with new formats again. I've seen there's some ideas by Mike in the chat and others. How can we make the program attractive and relevant in terms of substance, but also how can we make it attractive and relevant so that people participate, that people talk about it, and then we get to the outcome discussion, that there is an outcome that people take note of. This is not something new. And the IGF, this discussion has been going on since the beginning of this dialogue forum, but I think it remains relevant. It is maybe more relevant than ever again. And so I'm just urging you all to keep this in mind and maybe to have a little bit of a discussion. We may not be able to change the world until June, but so that we have maybe a track that discusses and tries to experiment with new things either until June, but at the latest in June, and then maybe on processes from June onwards. So I'm throwing this into the room as a feedback from the chat. It's not directly, but it's not directly about the program, but of course it has an impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. Then Wout, and then we continue with Nigel and David.
Yes, and good morning to all of you. Hope that you're healthy, and Sandra, that you will be healthy again soon. We've had a big discussion in the chat, and I think that I'm going to reflect on that, on how, well, between brackets, change EuroDIG. As some of you know, I've written several reports on that on behalf of the Dutch technical community for the IGF. And what I think that is important, if we do split it down to only a few topics, that I think what we do need to keep in mind then is that we're going to select only a few topics. So what is the goal when we select those topics? If we ask ourselves that question, we can also ask the people who are going to propose workshops on these specific topics, what is the goal that you want to achieve at the end of EuroDIG? And how do you propose to get there? So in other words, then you will not just have a session with 4 people or 6 people or 12 people on the stage discussing their favorite topic. No, they will have to have some sort of interaction that will lead to a result. And to respond to Tatjana, I think it's not important if everybody agrees or not. If we have the inventory of the outcomes, we can have a very different set of recommendations that could point in different directions. But it does show what the outcome of EuroDIG is, and that can be translated into recommendations, perhaps even toolkits. And that is something that could be well noted, because then you can invite the right people to participate in these sessions, because this is what we're going to do. This is how it affects you, how the outcomes will affect you. So please participate in this session and contribute to it. And that makes it more relevant immediately. So if we can do it this way, we'll have different sort of sessions as well. And perhaps it could be a session that runs over a day, 2 individual sessions that people come back the second day and discuss the outcomes of the first day, and then come up with their recommendations, which could be very different from each other, but it does reflect a certain community or a certain the business versus government or whatever, but it is 100% certain. And I think that this could be a way forward for us to discuss. And perhaps we should just come together in a separate event, not today, but a separate event a couple of weeks from now, in which we can do a brainstorm on how perhaps organize it. And if that's of interest to do, then I'm certainly happy to be present there. So thank you for this opportunity, and probably hear again each other soon this day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wout. Basically, you hit a nail already where we want to go with this meeting today. Once we have heard everyone, we will continue with the proposal, and possibly that goes until the afternoon. So, Wout, I think what you're touching is really quite going into a direction that subject matter experts and the Secretariat have also gone to. Nigel, you're next.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to you and colleagues. And it's great to be on a EuroDIG call. I only had really two reflections. I think really, I mean, it's fantastic that we've got so many project ideas, and as you said, Sandra, yourself, I mean, the chat has been full of suggestions. My only two reflections really are one that we have many different people, and you would obviously know this better than I do, but in my experience, lots of people come to EuroDIG for different reasons. Some come for high-level discussions, if you like, more on the philosophy and the future of what we're trying to do on the internet to an extent, and others come for an update, for knowledge, for information, for facts, to understand what's going on in the international environment. So I think we have to be sort of conscious of that, and clearly we don't want to just continue to repeat sessions that we're repeating, and we don't want to continuously refer to what's going on in the broader arena. But I do think we need, when we talk about cybersecurity, for example, we do need something about what's going on at the UN, because not everyone is involved in it, and the proposals that are being made for the plenipotentiary on cybersecurity and that. And when we talk about the future of the internet, I think the context of that needs to include some of the various initiatives that people are putting forward. So I think it is a mix of information and updating and more looking to the future. And I think it is Europe looking out. I mean, I don't think it's Europe looking in. It's Europe looking out and what we can contribute. But some really excellent ideas, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Then David Frauci, and then Alan Mulenga.
Hello, Sandra. This is David from the Internet Society. I wanted to reflect on one of the proposals I uploaded to the call for proposals, which is related to our work that we have been developing at the Internet Society. The thing is that we see many policy proposals coming up around the world, and also in Europe. And although they might have some good objectives, some of them do have negative impact on the internet. Some of them do have not the whole policy proposal, but some aspects of it. So we have developed this toolkit, and this goes along with one of the speakers before. What can we do? What can people do when they come to these meetings? We've developed this toolkit to analyze policy proposals and determine whether they have a positive or a negative impact on the way the internet works. And we are ready to hand this tool to the community so that they can use it to analyze any policy proposal out there. So I'm going to copy the link here so that everyone can take a look. We've already made some analysis of some pieces of legislation that are out there drafted in the world, in India, in Canada, in the European Union. So you can take a look at what and how they are. And this is something I think that should be discussed, because it empowers people to look at what is being done. It empowers people to analyze and determine whether the outcomes are good or bad. and it helps people get mobilized. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Then let's go to Alan Mulenga.
Yeah, hello. Unfortunately, I have internet challenges. Probably maybe the video might not show.
No problem. Please go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's wonderful. I think most of the time I've been trying to register and probably to see how the EuroDIG, of course, interact and collaborate on certain issues to do with topics that happen. Actually, I'm a law enforcement from Zambia, of course, working on the cyber as a cyber crime investigator and a digital forensic analyst. And I advocate for online child protection and, of course, deal with the issues of digital forensic. I know a lot of people, when you come for deliberation, meeting like this one, of course, you expect differences, ideas that are coming from different people, and this is what make EuroDIG or any other IGF very important, because you need to open up and hear what a person is saying. I think concerning this meeting, what I can say is they are probably, it's my first time, they are probably expert working groups. I think someone mentioned of the technical, the government, other analysts. So before the meeting, obviously, questions are sent to those people so that probably they wake up on something, so that when such issues are brought on the platform like this, yes, you can argue, you can disagree, but at the end of the day is to come up with something that is solidified, to come up something that is workable, because it's the vision of EuroDIG to have certain legal framework that to enhance or that to make sure that issues to do with cybersecurity is combated, issues to do with the online child protection, issues to do with the online content is done in a proper way. So in short, what I want to say is whatever disagreement that in fact, especially for me, I like disagreement, because I know when people disagree, meaning you're achieving one goal, you have somewhere where you're heading, and like an expert comes on the platform, suggests something, and you have no people who can disagree. So I think you are doing a good job, and I feel next time I would want to participate in one or two things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. Then Paul Fehlinger, and then Nicola Frank.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I just want to pick on something that was mentioned in the chat and just highlight it a bit more. I think to answer the question on outcomes and engagement tools, the notion of survey can be really powerful. And I was wondering to what extent one could think of introducing something like perception indexes or so in different sessions where people are surveyed either through Zoom or through Menti or other online tools. And instead of having this pressure of producing an outcome that is in one form through rough consensus, which sometimes is diplomatically very difficult to produce, this could be an ad hoc immediate outcome of sessions that can also be communicated in quite a nice way. It could be what the EuroDIG community thinks on topic X, on topic Y. And I could imagine that this could be a very nice feature in future reports and highlight the importance of EuroDIG in the perception of policymakers and shapers as a community even more. The only caveat I would see in that regard is that it would be very important to have a balanced stakeholder composition in the room. So there would need to be a sort of proactive effort to ensure that there's a nice representation, not only on official panel participants, but also in terms of the community that gathers around a certain session, so that there's a certain objectivity in any sort of perception index or survey. So I think it's a really great idea, and I just wanted to second it. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. And yes, we always encourage the session organizers to use Menti or other survey tool. Well, we ask them to use Menti because we have a license and we want to keep it in a certain shape. But indeed, these tools and these digital tools become even more important since we are organizing hybrid meetings in the future, so that everyone basically can express support or disagreement. Nicola, you're next.
Hello, and nice to see you. And I'm sorry, Sandra, that you're so ill. Yeah, and thank you for doing this work anyway. I was just wondering, I mean, people have mentioned earlier that things are moving on. We have these categories, you know, there is work which has been done over the years. And I was just wondering whether if we manage to regroup in certain issue fields or whatever we do, whether it would be a good idea on each of them, or maybe even having an overall trend description, somebody who comes, who gives us an impression, I mean, who would give us an introduction to what are the big trends, the big issues which are of importance in this context. We have policy discussions, that's one thing, but I think, you know, where the industry is moving, the new developments, technology, innovation are also very important. And where is Europe really in this field? I mean, things are, you know, we have the metaverse, we have all these developments now going on. So where are we in Europe in this context? And there you could very well have a link to digital sovereignty on these issues. But just as a maybe provocative starting point for discussion, somebody who says, this is how I see developments, you know, where's Europe in this context? It's just an idea like this. Let's maybe think about it.
Thank you very much, Nicola. And since at the moment no one else has raised a hand, I will continue with the presentation because you basically opened up already the what we would like to propose as a slightly new program approach without changing everything what we did so far, but by addressing the issues that we have this year. As I said, similar proposals might create a similar program, so there should be a different approach. And what we would suggest to the community, and this is up for discussion now, you might remember that we introduced focus sessions last year. Focus sessions with the aim that we discuss a certain topic for an entire morning or an entire afternoon and enter a little bit more into the depth of the discussion. This was realized in this virtual meeting. We had an input session, we had a breakout session, and we had an output session. And we had 4 of these new formats. And it worked for some of the session quite well. It worked not so well, in particular, the breakout part for other sessions. However, we would propose that we go from focus sessions to focus areas that form our program. That would also mean we are discussing 4 focus areas, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, if we consider we have a dual track. And those focus area would not reflect a specific category. So they would not be squeezed in a certain category, but they would be overarching. We are thinking about to have 3 times 45 minutes of subtopics and possibly workshops before or thereafter, which complement the discussion of such a focus area. For each of the subtopics, we could imagine to form org teams. In addition, we might even conduct sort of run-up sessions before EuroDIG or follow-up sessions on demand for EuroDIG. To illustrate that a little bit better, we have already prepared a proposed program structure. And please consider this as a draft. There will be no changes in the 0. We will have just possibly 2 instead of 3 tracks. But then on a normal day of EuroDIG, we try to visualize this a little bit in our wiki. For instance, if we define focus area 1 and focus area 2, We would start in the main auditorium with focus area 1, and under focus area 1, we will have 3 subtopics. With focus area 1, we continue in the afternoon with accompanying workshops. For focus area 2, we do it the other way around. We start with workshops in the smaller room that lead to a discussion in the main plenary room, which is divided by 3 subtopics where you address that focus area from different angles. We would propose to do the same on day 2. So that would be a slightly new program structure. To explain it a little bit better, what we consider to be a focus area is a question that is a little bit broader than we had it in the past. And here I just give an example, and this is nothing which is for discussion. It's just an example what the Secretariat was proposing, what could be a focus area. It could be an overarching question like reality check. Do we have the right tools to solve the problems? Is Europe doing the right things to keep the internet safe and open? And while our subject matter experts have spent some more thoughts on this, what could be a focus area, this was just to illustrate how we would like to approach a topic. Under such a question, we could basically subsumize different topics that are then taken from the call for issues and are reflecting our categories again. So see here again. For instance, this guiding question is as an example, just as an example, put in the first field, and we will have subtopics under this question, and we will have workshops in the afternoon. If this is an approach that the community would agree with, then we could discuss in the next step what these focus areas, these guiding questions are, and under which broader topics we would like to build the EuroDIG program this year. I will not stop the presentation because you might take a closer look to this, but I need to see who has raised a hand and what's going on in the chat. So if you would like to comment on this proposal, then please raise your hand now. I see no hands raised, or no, Vote has raised a hand.
Yes. I'm switching everything on. It should be on now. Yes, I think I like what I'm seeing, Sandra. And there's one comment that would be looking at the close of the day. Where do we bring it all together? So when, if we organize this right, there should be outcomes, messages, or something like it. And it would be good if they were presented in the plenary. And that could be at the end of EuroDIG, where all 4 come together, or it could be at the end of the day where 2 come together. But that in that way, we focus on the work that has been done during the day. And that is something that we can discuss later, I think, how you can organize these sessions. But the main messages should be at the end of the day or at the end of the conference. This is just my first thought. Thank you.
Well, that's a very good point, and I was also already indeed thinking about how we organize the messaging, the reporting on our sessions, because basically a reporter, whoever that is, has to follow an entire day. And somehow at the end of the day, we should come all together, convene, and agree, okay, this was actually what reflects the discussion of the day. That's a very good point, and has to be discussed in depth. I saw Adam raise the hand, but lowered the hand again. Adam, would you still like to speak?
No, it's good. Thank you. I read it more carefully and got my own answer. And also Raina kindly answered a question I had in the chat. So I'm good. Thank you. I hope you're well. Be well.
Thank you, Adam. Then I see Roberto has raised a hand.
Yeah,
Roberto,
I'm wondering whether actually this works well if we can cluster well some of the different ideas that were proposed during the call for issues. But there might be also might be challenging if, as I saw in different different areas, there were several single topics that do not cluster well. So maybe maybe we can have a sort of a hybrid situation where for one day, like for instance, day one, we have this new format. And for day two, if we can't manage to use this new format for some of the other ideas, we leave a more traditional format. And then on day two, we can probably also do some summary or bringing all together some of the things that happened on day one. It's just I'm just trying to think loud. I have not really thought very much about it. Thank you.
thank you, Roberto. I take note of this, and that's up for discussion. And I invite everyone to reply on the proposal and on what has been said here in this meeting. Please speak up or raise your hand. And be aware what is in the chat is not on the record. Maybe I would also like to invite our subject matter experts that were clustering the proposals, why we believe a new approach is needed this year in order to develop and to improve our program planning process, and why we don't consider this basically a disadvantage per se, that we are leaving the well-established and well-known system of categories a little bit, but that it's actually an advantage. And see, Olivier has raised hand. Olivier, please.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I can just say briefly, one of the concerns that I've had is over the years, the repeating nature of the proposals and of the categories that have been proposed in the category that I've been aware of or that I've been in charge of. And the difficulty is, of course, you need to have a follow-up from what happened in the previous year. But often what happens is the topic thinks, okay, let's do a follow-up. And instead of doing a follow-up, we're back at the same discussion that we had in previous years. And I guess, some of the feedback that we've had is important that we have to take into account. So changing the format is something that is disruptive, and that actually then might change the way that even the discussions and the debates take place. And having more interaction between the audience and with all the participants is something that, as you know, we've been searching again and again, and in some cases have failed to materialize in some recent EuroDIG. So that's my perspective on it.
Thank you, Olivier. Then you, Tanya, and then I have Marian Franklin.
This is Yrjö speaking. I like this new setup very much. I think that the categories we worked with since 2008, they served us well, but then after some time, any structure runs a risk of becoming ossified, and we sort of get stuck in a format that made sense 10 years ago, but perhaps not now. So I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Yrjö. Next is Tanya.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. And I must make these revelations. I missed the subject matter expert meeting where it was discussed. I got my agenda confused. I ran to the meeting when it ended, and Sandra broke this news to me about the change in program structure. And my first reaction was, wow, this is exactly what we need. And that's what I said, you know, when I was making my intervention prior to this one, that I see the topics getting more and more fragmented, but at the same time getting more and more united. Each subject matter cluster in the experts, the topics comes up with like 5 or 6 sessions that can potentially be there, but there are only 2 or 3 proposals in every session. And the only way to bring these together on track is the overarching topics, because if we do not talk about the overarching trends in Europe, and I'm not talking only about European Union, of course, Europe is much broader, but Europe in many ways is a trendsetter, is the exporter of regulation right now. There is this concept of digital sovereignty in the European Union. And I do believe that many of the topics that we look at, be the European topic or more topics or more overarching topic about multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, about DNS, about unique identifiers, about fragmentation of this system, we will come up with 2 or 3 trends which we see in Europe and elsewhere in the world. Tendency to regulate, sovereignty, and so on and so forth. And I do believe, not only sovereignty, you can also look at this from different perspective. Protection of citizens, for example, protection from digital harms, or support for your own champions and technologies. And I believe that these trends are relevant, and most of these topics fit these trends. And to make it forward-looking, to make it more of a discussion, to make us foresee these trends, we indeed have to identify these focus areas. And I do believe that if we go there, then many of these proposals will just come together under some of the umbrellas naturally. The only thing I'm still struggling with when I look at the focus areas and I look at the topics, some of the topics are indeed very important. Like one, I really insist that cybercrime topic has to make it there, because ignoring it would be very wrong. And not because I like the cybercrime topic, but I do believe that a lot of controversial developments are happening where Europe is playing a huge role. However, sometimes I do not see how we fit some of these trends into the focus areas, but I believe that this would be a job for this meeting or for subject matter experts later and for Secretariat to actually bring this together. But I do believe that this is the right way to go, to have these overarching themes and then fit in everything, overarching global and European trends, and then fit in everything under these trends in terms of discussion.
Thank you, Tanya. Marianne Franklin, you have the floor, please.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Lovely to be back. Thanks, Sandra. I'm a fan of the changes. I always think trying new things is always good. Shaking up the structure can actually change the emphasis for discussion. So you've got +1 from me there. I just wanted to vocalize it because it's not, Sandra, you reminded us the chat is not record. And secondly, how important and I think crucial moment it is in our regular meetings is to stop and take the space and the time to consider indeed overarching topics. There will be disagreement on which topics are overarching, but I think this is a really important inclusion to think at a more macro level of analysis and then drill down. But to me, it has to be clear that obviously not everyone's going to agree. And part of the value of the EuroDIG meetings is enough organization to allow for the process itself to throw up perhaps different ways of looking at things. So I'm all for the overarching topics. I think the new kind of participatory format is interesting, exciting, and worth a try. And finally, the use of tools, you know, like Menti and stuff, are all very good. I would just have them be possible and usable, perhaps err on the side of caution, because they do take time to set up and not everybody participates in them. So to consider them as something that's integral to what the session is about or doing rather than as a gimmick. That's just a tiny sort of practical point. But so I'm sort of +1 Tatiana really in that sense, and +1 Chris about disagreement is in fact the grist to our mill. Otherwise, it's just a plebiscite and empty banging of drums. So I'm very excited, Sandra, as always, with the innovations. Thank you very much to the team.
Thank you very much, Marian. And I like how you described it. I couldn't have found any better words to take it from the macro level and drill it down. I think that is a saying that I would like to quote at some points. Next is Mark Cavell and then Nicola Frank.
Yes, thank you very much, Sandra, and hello, everybody. Mark Cavell, EuroDIG member based in the UK. It's not very sunny where I am, actually. Anyway, this is, I think, a very good refresh of the program structure. The ideas, I think, are very positive, very useful. I mean, I'm thinking, for example, to exemplify it in a concrete way, online safety. You might have that as a focus area, and then subtopics could be online child protection, disinformation, how to educate people to be safe online, perhaps something covering the technical opportunities to create greater safety through standards and so on. So you could have a roster of subtopics falling under a focus area, which takes account, the focus area should take account of what is happening, especially in the European experience, with regulatory proposals, legislation going through the UK Parliament now, which is going to have, it's going to break a lot of new ground in terms of potential sanctions on social media platforms and so on. And so I think there's great scope for developing this kind of structure for dialogue, which takes into account what's going on at the global level, but also feeding up into a European forum, what's happening in individual states within the European continent. And that, I said in the earlier, I feel a bit disappointed that national IGFs and national governments aren't contributing to this program development at this stage. I'm sure more will come in later, but we really need these experience and practice and thinking coming from the national level, crystallizing into a European perspective to a lot of these issues. And which also, EuroDIG also takes account of what's happening at the global level, the Global Digital Compact, and what's happening in the WSIS process, and so on. So EuroDIG does have a lot of vital functionality here, bottom up and also outward up, as Nigel, I think, was describing, externally up into the international process. I also sort of think this kind of structure can start to set the program intersessionally for EuroDIG. If you have a summing up of where you've got to within the forum on a particular issue of online safety, you could then float the idea, well, we ought to do a follow-up and engage specific policymakers, decision takers in an extra event on a specific issue where there's been a lot of dialogue, where there's perhaps no clear consensus, but maybe a menu of options. And then, let's take that forward into an intersessional activity, an extra one-day event on a specific topic. And that could be on, online safety, for example, again, given the highly topical issue there of regulating the platforms, sanctions, and so on for platforms that completely fail to regulate their content. Okay, I hope those thoughts are helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. I take note of your suggestion to make these focus areas as a ground for intersessional work. I think that's really something that is a good idea, because at the moment, intersessional work was decided on rather randomly and what was a good topic. But to streamline this process throughout the year is definitely a good thing to do. Nicola, you are next.
Yes, thank you. I'm just to say that I find this a very good idea also, this new structure. So my full support. And in this structure, and maybe then my idea of having somebody setting the scene on the different areas might be also a good starting point. But that's something to see, and of course we need to find the right people for that. It's not always so easy. But I think it's important really to give the focus areas coherence. So it should, so that we make sure that all the sub themes really are part of the overall discussion, because sometimes the risk can be that people get carried away on a specific issue. Discussion, of course, is necessary, and disagreement makes it much more interesting, but have a coherent setup, I think, is important. And of course, the main discussion will be what will the focus areas be. That's not so easy, but I'm sure we will find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola, also for supporting this new structure. I see there are no other hands raised at the moment. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand now on this topic of the proposed new structure. Velimira, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra, and hi to everybody. Sandra, first, I'm really sorry to see that you're not feeling well. I will be rather short. I just wanted to say that, going into this kind of structure I find it's really very much optimizing actually the potential that we have at EuroDIG. And I think that having a more limited number of overarching themes would definitely help also to have more targeted discussions. And by the same means, it would contribute to having different categories of stakeholders participating more easily in the different sessions. And here a link to what was said also in relation to going from the broader topic into more specific topics, because this would also allow afterwards, when multiplying the messages and the discussions for different people who look into different aspects of what is discussed. I also have a lot of sympathy for Nicola's suggestion, for giving an overview a little bit as introductory remarks to the focus and overarching areas, so that actually this could give overview of the different angles which exist on a given subject and topic. And also a lot of sympathy also to the suggestions that Mark has just given. All this is, I find, very consistent also with the efforts that are done in relation also of strengthening, the different internet governance discussions, the way we also discussed them under the global IGF reform. So I find all this very positive and encouraging for giving new impetus and going in the direction of your motto, Sandra, in Trieste and the sales. So it was just to share, this feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Velimira. I take note of that you repeated to have an introductory part to the topics, and basically this could be the keynote speakers. Keynote speakers give a broad overview anyway, so they could basically lead up to one of those focus areas in the main hall before we start the discussion on one of those focus areas. Anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, discussion is not finished, but as there are no more hands raised for the moment, I would like to continue with another slide. Here is again, and I said already, the slides will be available on the website, so don't be afraid that you will miss anything. The subject matter experts have already spent some time on what could be potential focus areas. As I said, this one, which is at the moment included in the wiki, it's just an example. It was just an idea to explain what we would, or in which direction it should go. But subject matter experts have had some, or spent some time already, what could be focus areas. And they collected this in a shared document where they could express support for certain topics, and I marked in yellow what they proposed as potential areas. First question, can anyone confirm that this is visible on your screen, because the font might be very small?
Yes, it's fine.
It's fine. Thank you very much. So we have 2 slides, one and another one, where our subject matter experts spend some thoughts on the focus areas. And I would again invite the subject matter experts to speak a little bit on what they basically thought. And my aim would be that we finish this discussion, not finish this discussion, but that we listen to the subject matter experts until 1 o'clock, that we have a longer lunch break. We will, in the meantime, upload the presentation so that everyone has access. And during lunch, you could have some foods for thought, that we continue after lunch a discussion on what we would actually like to see as focus areas, and if we want to see 2 or 4 or how many. And this would be the plan for today. And in the ideal case, we end up with agreed focus areas that are then, of course, subject to open consultations for the next 2 weeks. If we do not really get to a result of the 4 areas, we might also, and here I'm coming back to what Paul suggested on polling methodologies, we might collect a couple of potential focus areas and put them up for, I don't know, for vote, or at least to find consensus with any of the online tools that are available. But first of all, please let me give the hand to the subject matter experts again. Olivier, is it okay to start with you, because you are the first in this table? Is Olivier still on the call? He is, but his attention may be taken away. Then let me go to the next one, which is Zorina. Zorina, would you be available?
Thank you, Sandra. Yes, just quickly, since I didn't really have that many proposals. I'll skip the part about supporting someone else's suggestions because we're not there yet. But yeah, just a short rewording on the initial proposal from the Secretariat, just to make it a bit more fine-tuned. And I'll read it quickly. Do we have and use the adequate tools to maintain an open and safe internet and address other digital policy challenges? And if not, what is missing and how do we get there? And listening to the discussion, I guess some of the subtopics, or whatever we call them, that were mentioned today could fit into these broader focus areas, including the fragmentation discussion, digital sovereignty, open internet, and related issues. But let's see what other people are saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Zorina. And I think on the second slide, no, you had this one proposal, but fine-tuned the Secretariat's, the original proposal a little bit.
Yeah,
which was very much appreciated. Thanks, Zorina. Are there, or let's go first through all the proposed focus areas. Jörn, would you be available to be next?
Sure. So I think it's a little bit of a challenge to be to have a broad enough approach, and also a not too focused approach there. My idea, or my proposal, is to have one which is about the AI Act and Data Governance Act, meaning the use of data for all kind of purposes. There will be a regulation coming up about which might affect open data in positive and negative ways, meaning that there will be more open data, but that the data afterwards will not be open. So this is the positive and the negative aspect. So there will be limitations in the possible uses of data, and there will be more data available. And also the AI Act, where responsible AI is a very important topic, and AI requires data. So it was a main motivation for the Data Governance Act to have enough data for training of AI for good purposes, of course. So the idea is to have both aspects in one setting. So how do we govern data? How do we govern AI? And of course, what kind of aspects? What are the implications, particularly for the different actors, also the small and medium enterprises that usually are very affected by more regulation because they have more trouble coping with it than the bigger actors. The other area is Digital Service Act and Digital Markets Act. So those big international actors will be highly regulated. As we know, regulation doesn't always work as people think it will work regarding European regulation on the data protection side and Facebook and Meta, or maybe it just takes very long until it works. We will see. So given the announcement that Meta might threaten or promise to not offer services anymore in the EU. So it will be important to see what are the, what do we actually want to change regarding digital services and digital media, and how far does this are these desires met by the proposed act, and what will be the implications, the good ones and maybe the undesirable ones? Will it help competition? What about the small and medium enterprises? What about freedom of speech? What about cross-border law enforcement, etc.? So these are the two main areas: data and AI, and digital service and digital media.
Thank you very much, Jan. Next could be Ross. Ross, would you be available?
Yes, of course. Not much to add. Very much agree with what Jan has just said. I think looking at some of the topics that were raised in the innovation and economic issues that I've already mentioned, looking at supply chains, for example, and microchips on one side, and looking at competition on the other side, I think these are some of the issues that could certainly drive the discussion. One thing to bear in mind, and indeed I think I wrote it on the feedback here, but it was in fact mentioned also by Chris earlier in the call, is that a lot of this very pertinent legislation is coming to maturity, and indeed by the time EuroDIG will be held, we might get to the point where on the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act, NIS 2, there's little room for things to change, or for opinions to be taken into consideration. So I think it would be important then that when we look at these big issues, if it's competition, if it's platform regulation, that this be taken into account, and that we don't dwell on necessarily what at that point will then be in the past in terms of its legislative procedure. But maybe that's just a procedural point. And of course, the Commission is being very prolific, looking at items that are still to come. The CHIPS Act the Data Act and so on. So these, I think the competition, the supply chains can be very much guiding topics. But when it comes to initiatives within Europe, I think we need to make sure that we're looking very much forward and not limited to what's on the table right now.
Thank you very much, Ross. The next would be Yrjö.
Thank you, Sandra. This is Yrjö speaking. Yeah, my first suggestion, countering the dominance of tech giants, this is basically shorthand for something that Jörn and Ross have explained in more detail. So I think that already we can say that there are proposals that are pretty similar concerning this broad area of DMA, DSA, platform regulation, and so on and so forth. And then with subtopics, of course, subtopics like media, but also competition policy and various technical things. Can you move to the next slide? Yes, Internet in times of geopolitical trouble, and which is of course that we live in those times right now. And Internet in times like these, it can be a victim, both in terms of infrastructure, in terms of disinformation and so on and so forth, but it's also a weapon. And this is an area we have not touched before in this way. And but I don't know, in times like these, perhaps we have to have the courage of doing that. At least let's keep this as a contingency, because what happens between now and EuroDIG, nobody will know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yrjö. Then I would go to Tanya next.
Hi, actually, my proposal for focus area supports what Paulina said, but maybe extends this. So Paulina, I feel like it's better if Paulina speaks first, Sandra, if it's okay, because I'm building upon what she said, Paulina.
Absolutely. Paulina, then if you are ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Sandra, and thanks, Tanya, as well for referencing my proposal. So also it's echoes, and as you can see from the slides, helpfully being shared by Sandra at the moment, the talks about digital sovereignty and all of the underpinning discussions that relates to this concept and the fears of losing control, fears of putting different values in the center. And actually this all underpins a lot some of the stuff that other SMEs have already said, and specifically on some of the other proposals, for example, ethically designed AI. I think this would absolutely fit the digital sovereignty. And Tanya will expand a bit later on the cybercrime, but this is also something that goes into the same direction. So in my case, I try to come up with a description of this focus area and to make it very broad. So I included data, standards, software services, and digital infrastructure. And then we can also all connect it again with something that we have discussed in the previous round of discussions on the ISOC toolkit and impact assessments, and to see whether, well, first of all, to see what underpins this notion, which is very broad and very vague at the moment. So what is European digital sovereignty? What are these values that Europe is trying to put in the focus? We also have that recent digital principles declaration that also underpins many of these discussions. And yes, and then to see, well, so first of all, what are these principles that are guiding these discussions? What are these legislative and policy initiatives that are currently going into this direction? So it also includes, in my opinion, also the EuroDIG and the EIDAS revision, and of course, NIS2, and we've seen already all the impact on the multi-stakeholder model and the discussions that happened there, and the inclusion of essential internet infrastructure under very regional and essentially a national regulation, since it's a directive. So a lot of these discussions can really go into there, and then essentially it can also be about competition, and it can also be essentially about the countering the dominance of the tech giants, because what is digital autonomy? It is essentially a counterbalance, and to not be locked into the services and the infrastructure that is provided by the tech giants. So to me, this sounded like a good overarching focus area, overarching problem area that we can look into, and it can really gather many topics throughout the tracks. So that's on the first one. And on the second proposal, I also tried to, yes, if we can go, thank you, Sandra, for going to the next slide. So I also tried to look a little bit more into the context, but other SMEs have already, of course, touched upon, so the content moderation. So this is, of course, obviously the DSA, the need to tackle illegal content, but also it's, I believe it could also be relevant in the context of upcoming legislative initiatives in the area of tackling child sexual abuse material online, and also national laws in the member states regarding hate speech, and other national initiatives in tackling the problem of illegal content online. So, and at the same time, again, going back to the Digital Principles Declaration, there is also a call for ensure access to a safe, trustworthy, diverse, and multilingual online environment. So this also, again, underpins the discussions about the tensions, or not maybe tensions, but the need to ensure the freedom of expression, the freedom to ensure access to local content. And at the same time, also there is those increased calls for filters according to the local requirements. So we could see it also already in the DNS for EU discussions, and also on the Quad 9 case, for example. So that's why I thought that maybe it would be also a good overarching topic to bridge all these different discussions on the DSA, but also upcoming initiatives, but at the same time to really position ourselves into what could be the solutions, and more of a and more looking not into the existing initiatives, but also looking a bit into the future of the content moderation and where we're going, and where we could again strive as European internet governance dialogue, and look into these values and try to find a ways forward. So that's, in a nutshell, some of my proposals, and I will leave Tanya to expand on the digital sovereignty proposal a bit more. Thank you.
Okay, Tanya, directly to you. Thanks, Paulina.
Thank you, Paulina. And as I said, I did support fully what Paulina said in that document, and I fully support how she expanded. And I do think that the concept of digital sovereignty, to me, it goes even a bit further. And I liked how Paulina, I think it was you, wrote about the right path. And for me, this right path is the point which brings together several things. Not only that, in my opinion, one of the very important discussions is how digital sovereignty can fragment open and, inherently united internet and governance models, how it can potentially interfere with current technical governance of the technical layer of the internet. But I also think the question about right path brings together several dimensions, because we are talking here not only about European Union, right? We have at EuroDIG, we have Europe, we have the UK, which is not the EU. We have here Ukrainian participants, Serbian participants, many others who are not in the EU. And to me, one of the points where I think digital sovereignty is exactly the overarching thing we have to talk about. But the question about right path brings together the EU concept and what kind of broader implications it can have on the entire Europe, how EU positions itself. But in the context of EuroDIG, we have to speak broader about this. And this is why Paulina's words about right path struck me so much, because we cannot talk only about digital sovereignty. We will make the discussions very EU-centric. But if we put it in the question mark, in the discussion of the right path, what is good that can be actually taken from there? And what are the impacts that we could not foresee? And here I bring the issues on the chat about this impact assessment too, which is quite a wonderful framework to break discussions into digestible chunks and sort of tangible outcomes if we talk about impact assessment. So I would say the right path is one of the keywords for me here. Question it, put it into the context, bring it broader than the EU on the technical space impact, on the governance space impact. And the second point, you probably don't even have to go on the second slide, because it's just the issue I want to flag. I flagged this already. I do not want it to get lost. And to me, it's probably broader than just cybercrime and every controversy that is going on there. But I think it's more about the use of safety and regulation and security and everything as a tool for geopolitical influence and for the influence on the internet governance models and ways internet is governed. So cybercrime is just one of the immediate discussions we see right now in this field, but there are plenty. And again, it does fit the idea of maybe not digital sovereignty, but the governance itself, governance with the tools that are more traditional, and how this traditional tool of safety, security, and control can break the openness of the internet, can influence fundamental rights, can influence how users experience the internet. So yeah, here we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. And I got a message that Olivier is back because he received a call when I called upon him. So Olivier, would you like to finish this round of suggestion of possible focus areas?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sandra. And I'm sorry, I just missed that section. I don't know whether you had actually discussed it or not, the part.
We haven't discussed it, but we would like to.
Okay, so go back one page, please. Because
yeah.
So the first one, the first topic which I felt was of particular importance was that of a potential for fragmentation. We're seeing an enormous amount of regulation coming from a number of locations when it comes down to content. And when it comes down, and that content is just not the content itself, but also, as Tanya and Paulina have mentioned, and even I think Serena as well, we've got this whole thing where they're looking at encryption, they're looking at the way the internet is working, and there might be conflicting legislation in different countries that might end up with an absolute fragmentation of the net. We're seeing with Facebook threatening to pull out of Europe. Well, I mean, you know, whatever, they can take a stance and they can pretend they're going to do so. But it's one of these things where I'm concerned further by the fact that those larger organizations, larger companies will be able to navigate those things. And they might actually end up with a Facebook that's different in different parts of the world that has to conform to different types of legislation. But then the smaller actors will not be able to follow it. We're going to end up with something that is much less open in the sense of the open internet, where you can come up, you know, any newcomer can come up with a service, and that's what's made the internet what it is, having all these new companies, these startups make really amazing things, and suddenly they go global. If we end up with this whole forest, this multiplicity of legislation around the world, and especially in Europe, you will end up with less chances for our own startups to be able to grow. And I think that's an important one. And along with everything else that's been said, by the way, before regarding the open nature of the internet. And that, of course, includes human rights, freedom of speech, etc., etc. And you know, the threat to democracy of not having a network that is actually where you have freedom of speech on it. That being said, there needs to be a discussion on that because I do sense from my own discussions in the UK with the online harms bill that is currently being developed, and or online safety bill, as it's called in the UK. We have spoken to organizations that are pushing for this safety bill to be stronger, to take a stronger stance against, for example, child sexual material, and to reduce the likelihood that the bad people, the criminals, will be able to hide by introducing all sorts of additional checks and things that need to be undertaken. And the concern, of course, is that they seem to be saying, well, nothing's been done in all these years. The first 30 years of the internet, we've had this free-for-all attitude where everyone can send any type of content and the criminals are able to use the internet to whatever way they want. And we have an explosion of the whole child abuse material going on, and an explosion of terrorist material, etc., etc. And they are desperately looking for something to be done, even if it means now using a hammer to crack the egg, which I have great concerns about. So I think a discussion needs to be done on that. And then the next one, the other topic is to do, and it's again related to this. It's again this COVID-19 pandemic has shown the extent to which we can have misinformation carried, and the percentage of the population, the large percentage of the population that is actually significantly affected by misinformation. That's just an example that we're now seeing because everyone's affected by COVID, but obviously before that there were people affected by all sorts of other misinformation. And again, do we have some answer to this? Do we have some solution to this? A lot of work is being done to study how misinformation, how propaganda affects people. Why is someone more likely to believe one type of information than another type of information? Is it how it's given to them? Is it how they learn about it? Is it because it makes them sound really exclusive, like we're in the exclusive club that knows the real truth? This sort of thing. And I know we've had topics like that in the past, but we still, I haven't seen anyone coming up with answers as to, or even avenues as to how we can actually address this, except at the moment just studies showing, oh yeah, it's bad. So that's why I thought we'd mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivier. You see, among the subject matter experts, there are also quite a lot of overlaps already, but we want to present it to the community in this stage and don't cook it too far, because we want to also give space for discussion on those focus areas. Before we go into a lunch break, are there any immediate comments that anyone would like to make, or questions for clarification that you would like to ask? Then please raise your hand.
Sorry, I'd raised my hand and then put it down, so I thought you were going to jump to the break. But it's Adam. I just wanted to say I put a definition of digital sovereignty from the European Parliament Research Service, which I imagine is reasonably fair to use, and then some comments in the chat. I think it's a good overarching theme. It captures a lot. I think the fundamental challenge, and again, this is perhaps an ICANN hat speaking, but it's also mine from many years of being involved in these things. It's a challenge to very fundamental principles of the internet and the very globality, the nature of the internet and internet governance. So it's a good overarching topic, so long as we don't squeeze too many subjects in there, because that would dilute that. And there are very many relevant topics, so it's a very difficult choice, but overload it and the impact will be lost. But this is really, I think, the key issue Europe is facing. Whether the acts and directives are passed, and some will and some won't by June, the principles are there, the examples are there, and I think it's fundamental to internet governance. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Any other hands raised? Okay, I see there is none. That is basically, oh, sorry, Thomas, Schneider, and Wout. No, 3 minutes to go until lunch break. Thomas, you go first.
I was just typing something in the chat with regard to discussion on digital sovereignty. I'm just like to bring in again the notion that we've already discussed this, I think, at previous EuroDIG meeting, but we have advanced in the meantime. The notion of digital self-determination, which is a big issue in Switzerland, because we link it less to the, let's say, security and losing control as state issue, like it's what is more or less described or focused at when we talk about digital sovereignty, but more on a data space level, which is something that is popping up more and more everywhere. How can citizens, how can users, how can individuals, how can individual companies, how can society, not the state, but society, keep individual or democratic control over their data, over their data spaces, and not lose control? This is an element which is slightly different or complementary to the digital sovereignty discussion. And for us, this is something that is gaining importance also with the discussions about Facebook, what we just read in the news today or whatever. It's like, how much control do we want to have over our data? Not necessarily from a state point of view, but from an individual or a company or a society point of view. Thank you.
Then Wout, please go ahead. And then Mark has raised his hand. And then I would like to close the queue in order to let us start lunch break in time. First Wout, then Mark.
Thank you, Sandra. Just, sorry, short question. Can you send a link or the documents to us so that of the two slides with possible focus areas so they can read through them during the lunch break, because we will be discussing them later.
Yeah. Since this was working just in time, Rainer is just about to upload the entire presentation of the meeting to our meeting page. You will find it in the agenda, I would say in 5 minutes from now.
Thank you.
Mark?
Yeah, a short question for me too. Just on the process, if the MAG identifies a critical theme or area of focus for the global IGF, which is not covered by this roster of focus areas, would EuroDIG consider adding that particular focus area, what it would be? I just want to, as I mentioned before, I just want to see what kind of potential there is for keeping in step with what the MAG is deciding for the global IGF.
Mark,
Okay.
This is a very good question, which I would not be able to answer right away. But saying that we should always find tries to link discussions from the global IGF to the regional and to the national level. That might be also in form of dedicated pre-events, that might be in the form of day zero events, where we always have flexibility, but we might also try to reshuffle the program to the extent possible. The point is that with EuroDIG, with our processes and the meeting in June, we are always a little bit ahead, and I mean ahead in timeline, not ahead in what we discuss. In order to have the meeting up and ready in June, we have to start our preparation right now. And when teams started to work on certain topics, it would be unfair to stop them and to replace topics or teams by other topics and teams. So we have to be very, very sensible. But indeed, we had some also in the past, these kind of issues. Just remember 2013, when we had those Snowden revelations, we introduced a hot topic in the early morning. And because it was such a hot topic, the room was packed at that time. And that might also be an opportunity to include topics that we at the moment cannot cover. EuroDIG Extra is another one, our new online format. So this is definitely something we should consider. Okay, I see there are no other hands raised. We are on top of the hour. Very good timing, I would say. Well done, everyone. Let's reconvene here at 2:30. That gives us 1.5 hours to have a nice lunch and to have a look at what's on the table so far. And since this is also kind of a new process to me, I don't know how far we get today, but I would like to continue the discussion on focus areas in the afternoon. And depending on where we go or how far we go, we will initiate a process, a transparent process that leads us to agree on 4 focus areas for 2022 EuroDIG. And how this will be conducted is yet to be discussed, but I'm pretty confident that with this community that is so engaged, we will get a good result already today and fine-tune this over the next 2 or 3 weeks so that we can start preparing the sessions as usual in March. The link remains, so we can reconvene here after lunch. Rainer, will you leave the room open or do you prefer to close the room? What is the plan?
No, I will leave the room open, but I will stop streaming. Recording will go through, but streaming will stop during lunch.
Okay. And Rainer, can you say when the presentation is online or is it already online?
It is online. I've posted the link in the chat.
Okay, thank you very much. So then I hope to see many of you in the afternoon. I know it's a long meeting. It would have been better to meet in person and have some personal discussions in the lunch break now. Let's hope we will have overcome this difficult situation rather soon. I'm looking forward.
Do we start at 2?
2:30.
2:30, okay, good.
2:30, so we have 1.5 hour lunch break now. I'm looking forward meeting you after lunch. See you then. We are going to start in a minute because I see still people joining the meeting, being back from lunch break. So welcome back, everyone. I see a majority of those who joined us in the morning joined us again, and I expect more to come. I'm quite open on how to move forward. I put again on the screen that slide that we finished with. Could anyone please confirm that I have shared or that this slide is visible?
Yeah.
Okay, super.
Yes, it is.
And I would like to take up from here the discussion and try to further melt down with all of you the topics to 4 focus areas, or also invite you to let us know if a significant area of interest is still not reflected in these proposals at all, and that we should add. As said, I'm not going to expect that we finish this today, and for sure it will be subject to an open comment period for the 2 or 3 weeks to come. So I invite everyone to comment on the possible focus areas, suggest topics that are either missing or that any one of you would like to further melt down. It would be ideal if we really end up with very short and precise guiding questions that would fit into a small window of a wiki page and are very descriptive. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak up. Roberto, you go first.
Yes, thank you. I have rather questions, having looked at this during the lunch break, those are the following. First of all, in the past, we organized as sessions, and we had a working group for a session. Now we have the concept of focus area, the workshop, the subtopic, and those are all interlinked. So I think that if you have thought already on how to organize this working group so that we are not, for instance, the workshops that belong to the same focus area are not working in silos, but they work together. And that is also in terms of subtopics. So I think that there's a little bit of complication that we have to add to our preparation. The second thing is maybe it will be good to have a sort of an example, but in real practice, if you have it already from the further discussion from one focus area, but taking the real case, not the theoretical case. So on how to group these things, the different items. If you don't have it ready, which might be the case, the question is, can we have this somehow on a mailing list so that we can see how this works as the physicians say, in corpore vili, so with a practical case, and also in the next couple of weeks when we do the comment, I think that we should find a way to provide comments on a mailing list that are related to the process and not just to the single areas. I would like to separate the problem on how to find a house for every item, for every issues that has been raised, and keep it separate from the discussion about the process. Also because if there are some things that are not really inside this plan of focus area, we still have in day zero the pre-events where we can store the birds of a feather or something. The last thing is related to is a comment and not a question. This looks to me like something that has been thought in a conservative way, also advanced way in terms of moving forward and bringing a new scenario, a new way, a new approach, but a bit conservative in the expectations that we have for this conference. That if things go well, is going to be one of the first, like we were in 2020, one of the first who had the online approach. We might well be one of the first in Europe that have a face-to-face approach. If this is happening, we might have a long list of people, the politicians, and all the people that want to have, stage time, and to squeeze them all in the half an hour of welcome, knowing also that the Italians are not really the ones, me being the example on this, are not really short in their messages, but spend a lot of time. Plus, we are going to have also the European Commission that is going to intervene, to look at EuroDIG in this particular moment in time. I mean, I've listened to the Ursula von der Leyen declaration about the chips, Europe now, being one of the leaders in chips and so on. So it all looks like the European Commission is pushing forward, and that there's going to be in the first half of this year a lot of discussions on that are related to governance, and I would expect to have on stage at EuroDIG a lot of requests for providing for the Commission and other European institutions to provide their point of view. So I mean, all this might let us think whether we should adjust or have a sort of plan B in case of things happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. I'm not so sure I could really extract what your questions have been to me or to the community and what you said on the first part, but on the second part, or maybe on overall program planning, I would like to say, with this new approach, we will possibly not be able to cover each and every topic. And our recent approach that we would like to cover all proposals somehow in our program, I think this will not be the case if we go for this a little bit more focused approach. On the other hand, I do believe, and that's a personal view, that when, as you rightly said, we will be among the first meetings in Europe that is turning back face to face, there will be a huge demand on personal and bilateral discussions. And I would actually wish that those who made the effort to travel in June get a lot of opportunity to network. And in this pandemic, for me, it became rather clear that shorter sessions and more time for networking is possibly a way to go for the near future. Not saying for the entire future, but for the near future, because the desire to exchange bilaterally or in smaller groups is so big that we should also foresee space, and I mean physical space, for people to interact, to have a discussion, drink a coffee, and all this, and possibly not all of this what is on top of the agenda of someone's of someone's agenda. Possibly not all of this will be covered in our program, but the EuroDIG as such should offer space for everyone to exchange on what he or she is interested to and has the opportunity to meet people. I think that's also another dimension of the future meetings as we will see them, that the networking aspect for which EuroDIG was always famous to, that there were good networking opportunities, and I don't only mean the nice social events and parties, but the real discussions that you had on the corridors and beside the sessions, that this may become even more important after the pandemic and the desire that possibly everyone have to meet other ones. Roberto, did I miss to answer one of your points concretely?
Well, I will put down a couple of questions on the chat that might be then that will also remain. I don't need the answer right now, but that will remain as a record for yeah. Anyway, okay.
That would be very helpful. Thanks, Roberto. And I don't consider myself the one who has the answer to everything. So if Roberto raises those questions, please help us or feel invited to answer or give reply on those questions as well.
But I think that the main point is that we are not going to solve all the problems by end of business today, and so the most important part of this meeting should be also how we can continue this discussion online, whether I don't know, we'll have a blog or whatever, you know, to put together ideas or a working email list or whatever, because I assume that any of us might have maybe tomorrow rereading those things, maybe a couple of more questions, and I think that the target that we have is to come by the end of this month with a consolidated program and an idea for the successful EuroDIG. So anyway, I'll stop it here.
Thanks, Roberto. And I was just reading in the chat, there is a very concrete question from Mark Carvel. He's asking, do I understand correctly that the responses to the call for workshops, flash sessions, etc., will identify the subtopics under each focus area? Yes, in principle, that's the case. Just one correction, our call was for issues and not for workshop, flash sessions, etc. But yes, indeed, if we go back to the, hang on, I put up the wiki on the screen. Here you can see already. So here is one focus area. As I said, what is written in here as guiding question is just an example. It is not here to stay. But those.
Sorry, Sandra, we can't see.
You can't see?
No, we have still the presentation.
Okay. That's possibly because I changed the way I shared my screen. I did not share the screen. Whew. Now I have a software update on my screen. That's ridiculous. Let me put it that way. Can you see the wiki now?
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't see it anymore. Oh, God. Can you still see the wiki?
Yes. Yes.
As you will see under this subtopic, there are the subtopics marked in the colors of our original categories. And here, this hashtag is basically, each hashtag stands for one proposal. So yes, we will use our traditional clustering and our traditional call for issues to build these focus areas and to feed them with input. This is just to answer Mark's question. Then I saw there was another question from Aleve. Networking is fine, and we should equally try it for online participants. Yes, I fully agree. To the greatest extent possible, online participants shall be recognized and included in the meeting, but we have to be realistic that we reach the limits besides the sessions. We will possibly be very good in offering equal participation experience for online participants during the sessions, but on the corridors, and this is also where a lot of networking is happening, we will possibly be not able to get to that stage. Because this would also require, besides the huge technical infrastructure that you need, this would also require each and every participant to stick to their device all the time. And I'm not so sure if people who took the effort to travel to a place will then constantly connect to an online device in order to speak to participants over the screen. However, we could, and we had thoughts already in this direction, we could set up little hubs in the corridors where you can also have an informal discussion beside a session, but with a microphone and a speakerphone and a screen, so that also online participants could join these this discussion. However, a lot of these things also depends on the funds that we have available. And if we have to continue with decreased funds as in the past 2 years, this will possibly not be a realistic scenario. So a lot can be done, but we need, honestly, we need more resources in this regard. I see two have hands raised. One is Wout and one is Adamant. I apologize, my voice is getting a little bit difficult. So if anyone else would prefer to moderate a little bit, I would not mind.
Well, I feel for you, Sandra. I can see you're having a harder time than usual, but you're still doing a great job. I have one single question. Looking at the proposal as it is now in front of us on the 2 slides, what I would like to ask the SMEs, is there truly a new topic that has come up which has never been addressed before, never been addressed in that way before? Because that perhaps deserves singling out in a special session on day 0 or something, as it would be an introductory session to a new topic, and which would get lost in the proposal as it is now. So that's what I would like to know. Thank you.
Okay, would any one of the SMEs try to answer this question directly?
Sandra, Tatiana here. I answered on the chat. It's a very good question. No, nothing from me here. There was no breakthrough topic, nothing that I can single out.
Anyone else from the SMEs? Okay, Wout, I believe you hit the nail again. This was one of our findings, that there was not really something dramatically new, and that if we would continue with the proposals the way we did so in the past, we would possibly get a very similar program to last year. Next in the list is Adam.
Hello. This wasn't why I put my hand up, but I actually slightly disagree. I think that the whole discussion around digital sovereignty is new in the sense that we may have heard of it before, but we see it as a concrete thing. I was going to say threat, but that is a bias. It's a concrete thing. We see examples of it. We see it coalescing together into a whole, or the beginning of a coalescence into a whole in terms of a overall policy in the internet governance space. So I think that's new in the sense that it's come together and is now very meaningful. Anyway, that wasn't why I put my hand up. I put my hand up because I'm a member of the IGF MAG, and the issue you were talking about, Sandra, with, how do you have online and on-site participation. I did put in the chat that if people are in, I fully understand your point. You don't really want to travel somewhere and then spend your whole day stuck in your phone or your laptop. However, if you don't, then you're going to end up essentially with 2 participation groups. One will be on Zoom having a chat, as we can see on our screens at the moment, and one will not. That is important. You're going to have 2 separate conversations. The other is very simple things like meeting management, moderation. How do you have a speaking queue where one person is waving their hand up and down and the chair is catching their eye because they recognize whoever it may be? Roberto, I'll pick on Roberto because Roberto's known, very well known, waves his hand around in the room. Do you start ignoring the speaking queue? These are practical issues, but they're important to get right. And the IGF, ICANN, many other organizations that are committed to hybrid are thinking about them. So we really do need to coordinate across that, please. And at this stage, there's practical issues that do need to be spoken to with the venue organizer. For example, if you want to have people using devices very, very intensively, you need a lot of power. You need PowerPoints. You can't have people sitting around the corner of a pillar, in the corridor nearest to the nearest electrical socket. You need power in the room, and that's something to have a discussion with at this stage, I think, with the with the organisers. So sorry for a slightly sort of operational comment, but thanks.
Thank you, Adam. As I said, I think from a technical point of view, everything is possible as long as the resources are there. And also, I believe everything that can be dealt with in a session is feasible to achieve. The question is, and my personal belief is that there are indeed two groups of participants, online participants and on-site participants. And both of them have good reasons why they decide to be one or the other. And I do not think that it is achievable that we have full equality between the two outside of the session. In the session, for sure, that shouldn't be a problem. That must be our aim. But outside of the session, to have an equal networking opportunity for the two groups, I think that's at the moment, unless we have little avatars running around in the conference center, I think that's at the moment, I would not know how to achieve that. We have a queue in operation now. We have Ellen, then Tanya, Andrea Bicali, and Alevi. Ellen, you go first.
Yeah, hello. Okay, thank you very much. I may agree with Adam or disagree, but of course, with a non-reason. But I think this is very cardinal. I think most of the IGF meetings I've attended, especially from the African perspective, the AfriSig, I think there's a part where probably other people are not covered. I don't know. It's my question to you, Sandra, as the moderator. There are people who really want to know exactly what really happens. There's a part where other people are not covered. The physically challenged people, the blind, they lack information, and these are the most people that are really affected. So there's a space where these people are not covered. Do you have any areas, or do you have programs, or is there any way, tools that probably during the EuroDIG that you can implement so that certain people, like the physically challenged, the blind that are not able to see but they can hear, you have such tools? I say so because probably I give awareness program concerned with cybercrime and the child sexual protection, especially to the school going, the teachers and other people. So this is one thing that I've seen that has affected, especially the physically challenged. So I pose a question to you. Do you have such issues that will probably be able to cover such people that are affected? Thank you.
Ellen, did I get your question right, that it was about people with disabilities, how they could join and how they could, if not
exactly.
Well, first of all, we do have, besides the audio channel, we do have also the written channel. We don't have it today. We don't have captioning set up today, but usually at EuroDIG we do have captioning in place. And at least it is possible to have these caption transcripts translated after the meeting into any language that you would like to.
Okay, exactly.
I think we could still improve in terms of offering sign language for people that are deaf. It took place in 2013, I'm sure, in Portugal. I'm not sure if he had it at any other place, but that's also definitely something to explore further. Thank you for that hint.
Thank you.
Okay, then Tanya, you are next. Tanya, you are muted.
I certainly have problems with my headset. Now, can you hear me?
we can.
Muted, there is something wrong with this one. So I just want to bring back to what the point to actually focus areas and topics. I think Adam misunderstood what was said here. And I think that for the clarity, I have to clarify it again, just in case if there is any other misunderstanding. It doesn't matter if digital sovereignty is all the new topic, right? What we're talking here, what I was talking and what I believe Wout was asking is, was there any topic that we should single out for the day zero, which was new and whatever? No, not in my case, probably not in anybody's case. But now bringing back to the full program, this is exactly the idea. The digital sovereignty is not the topic of the workshop. It is the trend. It is the focus area, which has to be new, which has to be developing. And this is what we are working on right now. The old topic or topics, so the same topics where the developments are happening should fit into this new overarching trend. And in this regard, digital sovereignty is not some topic that was submitted somehow. It is the topic we are trying to come up first as SMEs, and now this meeting. We are trying to identify how many of them, two of them, and then two for another day. 4 areas where we can really feed the discussions into. And I think that this is what we're trying to do here. So just not to confuse the topics submitted with the focus areas we are trying to identify, because digital sovereignty certainly fits into the focus areas rather than the topics. I hope that this is clear. Or did I make it more complicated?
Thanks, Tanya. Andrea, you're next.
Hello, Sandra. Hello, everyone. And sorry for jumping in and then having to leave. I was in between meetings today, and I have one that started just two minutes ago. Just one comment, because I heard about digital sovereignty, and it's probably already discussed this morning or Adam mentioned. This is a topic that we think it is important at ICANN, but it's particularly important for EuroDIG, because although we have seen it in the past, now it has a whole different weight on it. And we also have to consider that precisely in the same dates of the EuroDIG, there will be the Digital Assembly hosted by the French presidency of the European Council and organized jointly with the European Commission. And for what we have seen, the expectation is that the Digital Single Market Act will be then enacted and launched by then. So I think the Digital Assembly will be the date. And we know that the commissioner is the French commissioner on the digital issues, Thierry Breton. He's very keen on the digital sovereignty. So, we'll be having EuroDIG in a moment where this concept, and that will make the headline. Try to think when GDPR became law in 2018. All newspapers, big and small, for all countries, they were hosting articles about GDPR is law. Well, something very similar could be happening in the exactly same days that EuroDIG happened. So I think we also have to plan the program, the discussion, in light of what will happen during those weeks and unfortunate conflict that we will have with the Digital Assembly exactly in the same days.
Thank you, Andrea. That's a good hint. And I'm not sure, maybe we can even connect to those people or get an inside view from these venues when connecting with them. I keep that in mind, and let's see if something can be included here. Next is Aleve or Aleva. I don't know how to pronounce it rightly.
It's Alev. Alev. It's good that digital sovereignty is a focus area, because the issue of observability of quantum computing and communications is right in that field. So that's where it would fit, just to, you know, make a link to what Adam Peake said earlier. And also, I had also raised this this morning.
Thank you very much, Alev. Next is EuroDIG.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. I'd like to go back to the next steps, to the concrete next steps that we have to do now. That is to say, as I said, I like the architecture, but the new architecture means that we also have to organize the construction project in a different way. And it will take a little bit more time because the structure is now different. So perhaps I would suggest that we should pretty soon come to an agreement on the focus area, what they are, and appoint the org teams for those focus areas. And then it would be perhaps up to the focus area org teams to take care to discuss what the subtopics will be and how they will be set up. That is to say, whether there will be another set of org teams for the subtopics or however. But I mean, what we have here is a bit of organizing problem compared to the previous ones. Thank you.
Thanks, Aria. A very good point. We indeed have to rethink our processes, how we get to the org teams and how we set them up. I feel that the subject matter experts have to reconvene after this call to see what could be the focus areas they should be possibly out for discussion and question by the community. And once they are agreed, then indeed we could continue with forming 4 big groups for the focus areas. And then in these 4 big groups, we will possibly see subgroups that are working on the subtopics a little bit more in detail. Then that's something we will have to discuss, and we will inform the community what's the way to go. But we couldn't go that far yet because the new approach first needed to be approved and agreed by this planning meeting and by the community. Tanya, question, is that an old hand or a new hand?
No, it's a new hand. Thank you very much.
Super,
yeah,
go ahead.
So just sitting at this meeting, I felt a bit stuck in terms of focus areas, because we had to talk about digital sovereignty, although I think we all agreed that this topic should be there. It was proposed at least by 3 SMEs and supported here. And all we are talking about format, which is also important, but it's not about focus areas. So I believe that we shouldn't go messy right now. What we can do is to ask to leave like a week, for example, for any input on the list or from the partners about focus areas, like really just open it on the mailing list. Then we will analyze this input with subject matter experts, come up with these areas, share them with the community, again, some short comment period, and from there we can start planning. I don't think we are going to achieve an agreement on 4 focus areas right on the day where we introduce this new format, because I do think that even we are still digesting all the input we got here during the discussions. So to me, Sandra, your suggestion makes a lot of sense. But I also think that to facilitate this meeting, I would personally like the community input. I would actually personally like. There were so many great comments here on the call from Chris, from Nigel, from Wout, from Mark Carvel, and I want this to digest, and maybe they have more ideas. So whoever has ideas can just send an email, and then we get this input. Would this work? Not for a long time, but just, let's say, a few days. Give your comments, and then we can meet as SMEs.
Tanya, I'm just repeating what I understood, and you let me know if I understood it rightly. You suggest that we open a mailing list to get more input on the focus areas, and after a week or so, that we give time, we will then give it back to the SMEs that somehow bring this input into 4 clear shaped areas.
Exactly. Just thinking process-wise, because I feel like this discussion right now mixes focus areas, but also format, how the meeting will go. And I think right now for many people, this is important. But with these two, with mixing these two, we will never agree on the focus areas at the end of this meeting, full stop. Because the only one which gets bringing up and up and up is digital sovereignty. But I think we all agree that this should be a focus area one way or another anyway. So there is no need to preach to convert it.
Yeah.
So I think the best way is just to solicit the input, any new input, and then for us to come together based on this input, come up with something in a 1 or 2 hours meeting, bring this back to the community, get the comments, and then proceed with this.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense. I would just suggest we keep it as lightweight as possible and not open another call for something, because I guess a majority of the community will then be totally confused, at least those who did not participate in the meeting today, that a call took place already end of last year, and now we have another call for something else. This would cause possibly a lot of frustration and communication. So I rather suggest we keep that mailing list within this group of people that did register.
That's what I mean, yes. Only as a follow-up, not even on the mailing list. I mean, just tell them, send these proposals to you or Rainer without overloading you. So anybody who has any thoughts post-call or like afterthought, and I'm sure that many of you will. I mean, I've read the comments on the chat, they were amazing. So just one line, what do you think? In addition to digital sovereignty, you saw these 2 slides from us, suggestions. You don't necessarily have to do this, but if you have some, you know, kind of, I think just let know.
Yeah, it's possibly even good that we continue with that shared document that we used in the EuroDIG Next Cloud, so that people can also comment on comments from others already. I think that's possibly a way to go. Okay, do we have any other hands raised? I don't see anyone on the screen. But please speak up if you want to speak on any of the topics, also everything that you have heard in the morning session and where things are still unclear. Oh, here we have Marianne and then Uriel. Marianne, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, hi. These are all really, it's a lot to take in, actually. You know, the new format, different structures. Could just for me, maybe I'm a bit slow today. What is the distinction between, you know, the broad topics such as digital sovereignty, artificial intelligence, and the idea of overarching themes? What is that distinction between those larger kind of caption rubrics and the so-called focus areas, and how the focus areas break down into subgroups? I'm just a little unclear as to these distinctions. Maybe they will emerge in due course. I was just wondering though if Sandra and your SMEs had something about this, or is this what we're thrashing out right now, this very distinction?
Okay, I give this question first to the subject matter experts, if any one of you would like to answer this, because I have the feeling I'm speaking too much. Tanya, is that, would you like to speak?
Well, I'm just a caveat here. I have not been on the call where that was agreed, right? My calendar got messed up, and once in my life I missed the call. So my understanding here is that focus areas, Mariana and everybody, and that's what I was trying to explain to Adam earlier, are the broad topics which are of importance for Europe, for internet governance in Europe. And then they like let's say digital sovereignty, militarization or geopolitical aspects of cyberspace, or emerging technologies. I'm making this up. And then when we have subtopics like, for example, competition, certain type of regulation, content moderation, they can either go under these broader focus areas, or if we feel that this is a broad area enough, we can identify it as a focus area. So focus areas are four main trends, I would say four shapers of the internet governance, four major areas, four major factors of influence.
Okay, so it's a question of semantics. I'm happy with that.
Yes, exactly. It's just a question of semantics. And I do believe that digital sovereignty can be a subject of a workshop and can be a focus area.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So I do understand that there might be a bit of confusion here. So basically what we will try to do as SMEs is to identify these few very broad focus areas where other issues can fit. And under the umbrella of digital sovereignty, we can, for example, discuss the protective measures, the offensive measures, the ability to, the interface with technical spaces, so these kind of things. But the umbrella would be, the focus area would be digital sovereignty.
So that focus, what we're going to now call focus area, now you've explained, and I'm happy to stick with that term as long as we all know what it is, that would be the same for all subject areas. Or would each subject area have their own focus, and then you would go up to ones that go over the top?
So
like an organic.
I would say, let's imagine it like a tree, right?
Yeah,
so
I am. I've got that in my mind. Yeah.
Then there are four big branches in the tree, which they are focus areas, right? And then there would be topics related to these focus areas. And of course, sometimes the upper branches might intertwine a bit. But they still will be growing out of these four branches as focus areas. Does it make sense? You're muted. And dear SMEs, if you think that I am speaking strange here, please do intervene if I misunderstood something. And
what I'm getting at here, because to me, there's two lines of discussion which are always the case in these organizational moments between the format and particularly around participation and accessibility. I totally think if we can create more accessibility for blind and not hearing persons, but the substantive content, if it's going to be framed around let's say four broad themes, so-called focus areas, then each of the specialist topics that we've got in our spreadsheet at the moment will then respond as to how they would want to break down those four areas, all to be discussed and decided upon. So the tree will have four branches, and each of the, what do you call yourselves, SMEs, experts? Sorry, I've forgotten.
Well, we don't call ourselves like this. I never like the term expert. Somebody who is trying to help with the subject matter.
That's right, subject coordinators. Yeah, also the subject coordinators is currently forming through the submissions. Will sort of knock things into shape according to those subject areas as they resonate with the four focus areas or thematic areas. Is it that way around?
Yes, okay. Exactly. So okay. basically to actually grow this tree further, we need to identify where the next branches as subtopics will grow. And for this, we need sort of input, and this has to be overarching more or less. This has to be topical. This has to be driver, as Chris called it on the chat. I'm amazed with myself that I'm able to follow the chat while talking. Drivers, four big overarching drivers that drive digital governance, internet governance in Europe, I would say.
So that would be something for people to consider in draft form coming out of this meeting to get some sense of who thinks what is the four main drivers, four main focus areas,
So Mariana,
where the cats will sit.
Yeah, basically, basically what I proposed in this regard was that it is quite hard to come up, and digest with everything right now, because we proposed a new format. We proposed some topics, some focus areas. We started discussing also the format. So now it gets complex. So and there were a lot of comments on the chat, which were really good. So what I proposed is that we let this sink in, and for the next few days, people who have an idea or support some of the focus areas, which are outlined in that table, can just send an email, but only people who are at this meeting, so we don't have to explain, broader community what is going on, and call for another input. No, people who have another thought or some support for any of those, or some development of any of those, just send an email. I don't know to whom. Sandra and Rainer, sorry to put you in the spotlight here, but I do think that will make sense, because I do think that it is premature to close this discussion right now, because subject matter experts will have to shape this. We would like to have your input in addition to what we think. And of course, this discussion enriched me, but I still don't have exact idea what these 4 topics could be, except digital sovereignty. But then again, we have to shape this one as well.
Sorry. Sorry, Tatiana, I forget when I've got my mic on or off. I'm sorry.
You can speak now.
Okay. Having said that, I've gone blank.
We have quite some people.
Sorry. I've gone blank. It'll come to me. Sorry, Sandra. Next.
Don't worry, all good. We have quite some people raised hand now, I guess. That will be on the topic, since I realized there's also a lively discussion in the chat. So EuroDIG, Chris and Wout are the next. And just for your information, what I shared here on the screen now is the EuroDIG Nextcloud, which basically works like a Google spreadsheet. And I suggest this is exactly the same content as I have shared on the screen as focus areas proposed by the SMEs. And I proposed that we share this link to our Nextcloud with the people in this call, where they have 1 more week to add support or missing focus areas, etc. I think that would be the easiest way if we just continue with this document instead of opening up another tool. But EuroDIG, you go next.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. First of all, I fully agree with Tatiana's wonderful description of this structure with the trees and branches and trunks and so on and so forth. I think that's what it is. Looking at this, at what we have on the screen right now, actually, I think that it will be fairly easy to identify, to merge the suggestions here and to arrive at 3 or 4 subject focus areas, because there are so many that are related here. So if we have a sort of wide angle view of what we call focus areas, so from these elements we can easily assemble for such areas. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe we should even melt it down before we give it back to the community to make it a little bit more easier for them to work already with more condensed focus areas as discussed today. Chris, you are next, and then Wout.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, I like Tanya's metaphor of the tree and the branches. And I think, well, it appeals to both my communication side, but also the sort of hierarchical structure, like a registry. But I think what it probably suggests to me is that it gives us an opportunity and something that we can think about how to work on in actually drawing the different connections between all of these areas. So we have sort of each of the 4 areas with their sub areas. How do we pull those in and make that relevance clear? But then also, how do we use maybe a main session or closing or an opening to make clear the connections between the 4 areas as well? And so really try and give the whole event a kind of clear narrative that can help people better understand why all of these things fall under internet governance and how they impact on each other, and the complexity there. So that would be something I think we should think about as we go forward, how we could incorporate that.
Thanks, Chris. And then Wout?
Yes, I think I'm back on. Thank you, Sandra. I got a bit worried, to be honest, with that, and I think it reflects Adam's comment in the chat about wide branched and focusing. We are trying to narrow the program down. That is something which the MAG has been doing for several years now, and in the end they wind up with dozens of subtopics, so that everybody's happy in the end. After all, if we really want to focus, it also means that we have to condense the topic in some way, and that means that maybe not everybody's proposal or workshop will have a place in this EuroDIG as it is an experiment. What I said this morning, and I will repeat it here because we're talking slowly about how to create the content as well. When we come up with the 4 focus areas, I think it's also very important to come up with what the focus is and what is expected of those who are going to actively participate in the session. So if you are willing to submit some sort of a proposal for a sub-workshop, to call it like that, because it's a part of this bigger program, then it would have to have some qualifications, meet some qualifications that are set, so that it really contributes to what the larger goal is of the session. And from there, also the question, what did you actually like to achieve through this session? And what will be your goal? Because in that way, you can prepare the people who are going to participate on what is expected from them, so that it's not just random. And next, you have fairly clear in mind what you would like to convey as an end result. And these could lead to the messages that we are looking for, because that was what we started discussing. So, but that would mean that a lot of preparation goes into not only the workshops, but the session as a whole, the whole focus area. And that way, we may wind up at the end of the day, because everybody knows what we are in search of, to have a clear result. And that is something which I can say from personal experience has worked very well in the IGF content several times. But I can discuss this later on and send it in the email. But it's just a thought that I have, that we should not be going too wide, because otherwise we'll lose the focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Wout. Very good points. And I also have some question marks on the procedural side still. I just wanted to make it a little bit easier for all of us. I want to draw your attention to last year's program and take a little bit away the concern that we are entering totally new territory. This is not the case. We did it in a certain way already last year. It's just more a consolidated approach. But when you look here, last year, we had workshop 1 and workshop 1 follow-up, which was on the digital service regulation, and which was kind of a presentation and capacity building for the community before we entered into the focus session, last year focus session, on governing digital interdependence, the role of Europe. So basically we had the same scenario, having 2 preparatory workshops in the morning and the focus session in the afternoon. What we did in this focus session was also 3 times 45 minutes, but we defined as input, breakout, output. And I said already, the breakout did not always work very well. So that's why we are now trying to rather define sub areas where we can really deal with topics under a focus area. And I saw that Marianne put a nice a comparison in the chat that like with a lens, you have to switch between panorama and close-up view all the time. So while we have in this first part here sort of a panorama view, we go in the subtopics into a close-up view, and the both together basically form and how we deal with a focus area. And another example from last year also was that the workshops related to media and content, here in particular workshop 10 and workshop 12 on fake news and self and co-regulation of platforms, directly led into the focus session on the European media landscape. We have the organizers of those sessions here also on the call. And this was basically already a good example and not too far away from what we are trying to, what we are going to try this year. Then next, I see Adam has raised his hand. Adam, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sandra. Strong agreement with some of the things that Wout said there. We've said we want focus, and the input we've had on topics so far, the SMEs have collated excellently, has given us, or should give us, focus areas. I don't think we have to worry too much, other than being informative, that process has given us a desire to seek for focus areas. And focus gives us outcomes, which we've also spoken about as being important. Focus will give us the opportunity to specifically comment on issues in some form. Wout is absolutely right that the IGF has gone through this process. There was a lot of focus, on issues. The issues were quite narrowly defined, and then when the inputs came in, we broadened those definitions of the issue to become absolutely everything. So there was nothing rejected, hardly anything rejected. They were rejected on procedural grounds, not on topic or content. And that's the danger. You have to be a bit cruel. So I would ask the SMEs to look at what the 4 topics should be. And if you struggle to find 4, stick to 3. You can always have double up sessions. 4 focus areas that we can really concentrate on as important for European and broader European region that the EuroDIG covers. And do it that way, and then allow the workshops to fit with those tightly defined or tightly identified, not defined, focus areas. Don't do it the other way around. And it's a different approach for EuroDIG. I know that there's been a lot of desire for a very, very bottom-up process. But if we want this focus, if we want outcomes, if we want to have influence and relevance, importantly, then I think there has to be a somewhat stricter way of designing this agenda. It doesn't mean that people won't be able to have their inputs. We already see that there's only 2 parallel tracks, so narrowed that down as well. So I would take it in a more strict way and trust our shepherds that we will, be wisely guided. So thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Alev?
I see that we may be at some sort of crossroads right now, where we want to know, as Wout said, Wout, or Wout, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Do we just collect what people think, or do we also guide the thing where we want, or where we believe that it should go? And if we have a direction toward which we are guiding the discussion, then it is an intervention that goes beyond just collecting information. But just because we are curating those. We are defining the sessions. That's a curation, and just that itself is a intervention into the outcome or into the content. Otherwise it would just be a random concatenation of sayings by people. But it does need to get some sort of a shape, and we have to do this. So I guess the crossroads here is, where is our limit in shaping the discussion? Where should we put our limit? Maybe we need to discuss this among us to find out, what is our mission. And that would be my input.
Thank you, Alev. Basically, you're touching on the core of EuroDIG. Of course, as soon as people are involved, a certain way of curation is always happening. But our aim is to keep our processes as open and as transparent as possible, so that everyone, and also as inviting as possible, so that everyone feels invited or feels ready to join and to help curating and shaping our program, and so to say also the outcome. Of course, there's always we always try to have a greatest level of neutrality towards all stakeholders and so on and so forth. And that's why we establish those processes and those session roles of rapporteurs and of subject matter experts and of org teams and all these kind of things. That's why this was all established. If we feel throughout the way this year that we need to add roles and processes to the overall planning process, that's absolutely fine with us. It's up to the community to take those, or to suggest those issues and to set up new processes. So that's also something, nothing is carved in stone here, and albeit we have those processes to guide us through such a complex process, there is nothing carved in stone, and we can always adapt. And this is basically what we are also trying to do here with this new approach for this time. I see there's a lot discussion going on in the chat, but I see no more hands raised. Is something that is in the chat that I have overlooked that should be on the record? If so, then please just speak up if your questions or your comment was not paid adequately attention to in the chat. Marian?
Yes, I just wanted to confirm for, we know that during EuroDIG, as long as the structure is clear, the discussions will emerge as they emerge. So we've been having a supposedly humorous discussion about the difference between shepherding and herding. And I think actually this not trivial discussion we're having. So in answer to, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name, who was talking about, how much is set in place at the beginning. To me, it's about the balance between the process and the objectives. And as long as it's transparent and there's room for discussion at this very crucial stage, at one point you have to make some decisions as an organizer or organizing team. So I think as long as there's room, and there always has been in EuroDIG, for people to perhaps push back against some of the choices that were made for themes, I think that will emerge in the meeting itself. So in that sense, I'm less concerned about process versus output, as long as there's a transparent structure and there's room for disagreement and debate, which is what in fact it's really all about. Otherwise, one just coasts along in these cliche of so-called synergy and rough consensus, which for me are very worn out terms. I think it's about the process, the debate and the discussions, and the granularity of those discussions within a clear structure. So for me, we're well on the way, but I think it's a good chance to let wider community have a little bit look at the draft program, but you always do that anyway, Sandra, you and your team. So I'm looking forward to it with the SMEs. And I would go for shepherding rather than herding, guys, just to finish off that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. And I'm just asking myself how that might look in a minute that we had a discussion about shepherding and herding the community for someone who was not part of the meeting. Okay, joke aside. Anyone else who would like to speak up? Tanya?
I just want to make an important disclaimer that we're not shepherding or herding people, we are shepherding and herding topics. That's it from me.
Good point. Anyone else? Please just raise your hand or speak up if you like. Okay, if this is not the case and there are no more questions on any topic, I must say I found this a very, very fruitful meeting, and I have pretty clear guidance now how to move forward. I will summarize. So the community agreed to this new program structure with 4 focus areas in principle. We are not yet entirely clear on how we are going to conduct this process, but this will come as we move forward. First of all, it is important to define those 4 focus areas, and we will share with not the entire community, not on the newsletter, but only with those who registered for this meeting. We will share a link to our EuroDIG Nextcloud, which is comparable to a Google Doc. It's a shared document where you will already find what the subject matter experts proposed and what has been presented to you today. The SMEs might have melted it a little bit further down so that it's easier for you to visit those proposals. And then everyone in this call will get about a week to add to this shared document in the Nextcloud. And then we will come up, subject matter will again visit that document, and then we will come up with 4 focus areas that will be proposed in the new program structure. And I assume this new program will then be for comments and suggestions by the community for another 1 or 2 weeks, roughly end of February. And in the meantime, we will have a discussion among the SMEs, how we move forward in terms of building the org teams, how to conduct the call for org teams, and how we keep that balance between, as it was say, a panorama view and close-up view, so that we always have both views in place. For me, that would be a very clear guidance. Is there anything that I just summarized that I misunderstood or that any one of you had questions to? Wout?
There's one question for clarification, please, Sandra. I'm putting on the camera. Are we only to comment on the focus points or also on the process?
Since we are not yet 100% clear how the process will continue, I would suggest let's use the momentum and comment on the focus areas first. On the process, we will constantly reconsult with the community. We will share our ideas via our natural channels. Maybe we have even another call on this. I would not exclude that opportunity. Because as I said, we have to enter a little bit of new territory. But on the other hand, I would also like to kind of rely a little bit on our experiences with forming org teams as we did it in the past, because we shouldn't change everything at once. That will distract the process too much, and those not being on the call but still being regular EuroDIG participants will be totally confused, and this is something that we should avoid because we would lose people on our way then. So first focus on the topics only, and the process comes in the next step. Any more such questions? I'm happy to, or we still have time to answer them, or okay, I see there's nothing coming up anymore. Then I think we can finish that meeting early. I think everyone is happy not to spend too much time in front of the screen. And I would really like to thank everyone who participated here in this meeting today. That was a really, really interesting meeting for me and fruitful meeting. And I gained a lot out of it. And I'm very happy that we have such a active community. And if you have any questions afterwards, just don't hesitate to contact us by email. We will be happy to get in touch with you also on a bilateral basis to clarify certain issues. Thank you very much. And sorry for those, I think it was Nicola who just joined again. Nicola, we're just finishing early, but as I said, if you have questions, then give me a call and we can clarify this as well.
Thank you. No, I had internet problems. I was on and off, so yeah, I will call you.
Okay, these things happen. But I see there is another hands up. So Olivier, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking. And I think this meeting, of course, wouldn't be as fruitful and as great as it is without you. And I just wanted to thank you for chairing this, even though you have COVID. There's a thing in English, we say you're a real trooper, which is under any condition, you managed to get the job done, and that's really amazing. So Sandra, thumbs up. Well done. Thank you.
Thanks, Olivier.
Well, yeah, thank you, Sandra. Sorry, I was a bit distracted today, and I hope you will be well and not too much affected. Get well soon.
Thanks.
Also, thanks from my side, and get well, and hope to see you soon.
Yeah, that's I hope really that this year will be the end of all of this shit.
Absolutely, agree.
All right, stay safe, everybody, and speak to you next time. Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye und gute Besserung.
Danke.